There's your hump day. Hopefully you have a good day from here on out.
Oh,
I'm still thinking about Garrett's life. Wow.
Yeah.
I know.
So,
What a history.
I'll keep
Major leaguer.
I'll
How about
keep making
that?
it up for him. Yeah. Right after he won the Nobel Prize for chemistry.
Oh, my goodness.
Great guy. All right, we're out. See ya.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to let you know some of the things that we are monitoring as we are just getting started here for 4.5 hours of live streaming coverage on Fox Local. I want to give you a live look right now at the White House, where you can see construction of the octagon for the upcoming UFC fight is already underway. We are awaiting a cabinet meeting being hosted by President Trump. Other members of his administration will be part of that as well. So we will. That is scheduled to begin at 11 o'clock. Obviously not going to begin right now, but we will listen in to that coming up in just a little bit. We are also going to give you a live look in Miami, monitoring a federal hearing today. Timothy Hudson, accused in the murder of his stepsister Anna Kepner. Fox 35's Esther Bauer is in federal court right now for that hearing. We will check in with her once she gets out of court, and we'll bring you the latest on what happened inside there today. You may remember, federal court, no cameras allowed, so we will check in with Esther and get you filled in on that once that hearing wraps up. Big news this morning we're following is we have now heard the proposal from Governor Ron DeSantis when it comes to what he wants to see with property taxes. He today signing a proclamation for a special session to bring lawmakers to Tallahassee to convene over this very issue to put an amendment on the ballot for voters in November. His proposal, let me see, I've got a graphic here that shows you a little bit of kind of how it would phase in. It would be an initial $250,000 homestead exemption with a plan to increase that at some point to $500,000. He said that it would be up to lawmakers to create that schedule. There would be some requirements for local governments on what they can use revenue for, the incoming property tax revenue for, limiting that to core services. New residents would not be immediately eligible for the new expanded homestead exemption. They would have to qualify for that. And the governor also proposed a state trust fund that would be able to support local governments, specifically in rural areas where they may not have as much non-homestead properties that might need some help paying for core services. So that is the proposal from the governor, something that we've been waiting months for, releasing that today. And so we are working to get some reaction from our lawmakers here who will have a chance to discuss this, debate this, and vote on this in that upcoming special session. And so we are pleased to be joined this morning by State Representative Anna Eskamani, Democrat from Orlando, who is joining us live now via Zoom. Representative Eskamani, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Well, thank you so much for having me on this breaking news. And so I'm grateful for the chance to unpack it. I will say we haven't seen the official proposal or language yet, so there's still a lot of unknowns, but happy to provide whatever insights I can.
So this is something, I know you are on this House Select Committee that's been looking at this issue, held a number of hearings and meetings on this, have been looking into this. Based on what we heard of the governor's proposal that he outlined at this news conference, what are your initial takeaways and your initial reaction to what we heard from the governor just a little bit ago?
Well, one of the biggest flags that we all need to acknowledge is that it doesn't provide any protection for public education. And perhaps the language will speak to that, but I did not hear any points made during his press conference this morning that public schools would be safe from these types of revenue adjusters. Ultimately, what the governor is proposing would be devastating to public education and devastating to local governments. The notion of only being able to fund, quote, core services is very unclear. I think we can all find consensus that police and fire, which are the two largest expenses of local governments, are core. But how about public libraries, public parks, recreational activities, after school programs? I think for many of us, what is defined as core can vary per local government. And a blanket approach to treat every local government the same while giving a trust fund for the rural, more conservative counties definitely feels like a recipe for disaster when it comes to meeting the needs of our very diverse communities and municipalities.
I want to get your reaction on what the governor called kind of the bottoms-up approach here, where it would start as a $250,000 exemption that he said would apply to about 60% of Florida homestead owners, and kind of with the goal of expanding that to 500,000 at some point. Your thoughts on that approach to this kind of this phased approach?
Well, we have to remember that it's going to impact local governments differently based on their property value. So again, for a community like Orlando or Orange County, where we have large commercial actors that can diversify some of the revenue streams, for communities like Lake Mary, Castleberry, that's just not the case. And so it might be a phase for some larger municipalities, but not for the smaller municipalities. For smaller municipalities, it would be an overnight shift. And ultimately, that becomes the reality. This is not necessarily a tax break. It really becomes a tax shift where responsibility will shift to renters who are not homeowners. It'll shift to businesses, and it will bankrupt local governments. Again, the cost of these expenses for basic government services and infrastructure has gone up. So what the governor continuously fails to mention is, yes, there has been an increase in revenue from property taxes, primarily because new people are moving into Florida, so the revenue is increasing. But what he fails to always acknowledge is that the costs have also gone up. The cost to purchase a new fire truck has gone up. The cost of training and retaining staff have gone up. The cost of living has gone up, and that impacts what a local government has to pay for essential workers. And it's just the reality of the equation that he continues to ignore. Now, candidly, families do need relief. That relief could also take shape in property insurance reform. It can take shape in accountability with corporate monopolies. But instead of going after the actual realities of who is increasing costs, he continues to target local governments that are doing the best they can under very difficult circumstances. And I have no doubt there's always opportunities for efficiency, but he's asking local governments to cut their budgets in the millions. And for many local governments, they've already done that. They're already operating on the margins. And it's to be important to note that his proposal, based on what he shared this morning, doesn't just have the increase on exemption, but it also ties the hands of local governments and centralizes power in Tallahassee. And that should be concerning for everyone, regardless of political persuasion. You want to have a local government that is responsive, that is close to its people. And when you centralize everything in the state capital, you are going to get poor results.
We've heard your concerns about this based on what we heard this morning. And again, we'll start to see kind of the actual language of this. Is there anything in this proposal that you like, that you think works, that you think would be effective? Or do you think this is just a flawed concept to begin with?
Well, I think the consensus around helping those, especially on a fixed income, have relief is critical. And there have been some proposals that we debated as lawmakers around, for example, Florida residents over the age of 65 being able to get an exemption for their property taxes. And so I do think the notion that we have to provide relief and we have to do it in a way that is for the 2026 ballot, I think you have consensus on that. But what he's doing is not need-based per se. I mean, it's going to actually create more costs for families who need the most support, especially in the context of public education, the context of essential services like libraries, after-school programs. These are safety nets, and again, what I would argue are core components of local government that will be the first to get cut. Animal welfare. If you care about animal welfare and animal shelters, those are programs that are going to get cut. And so we really have to be realistic about what this proposal means long term for local governments. And I think the reality is that a lot of families that might see this and think, oh, yes, I want a reduction in my property taxes, it's not necessarily going to create a savings for you. It's just going to shift your costs to other places, and things that were once available to you as a government service will now have a fee associated to it or be privatized, where it's going to be even more expensive and lower quality.
So when when you and your colleagues convene for another special session next week, what are kind of the main things that you want to see happen? What are the main questions that you need to see answered as this process kind of begins with the new special session on Monday?
It's a great question. Ultimately, we need to understand for Florida's 67 counties and for 100 some cities what this means municipal by municipality, a better understanding of what it means for the public school system. That's the transparency that voters deserve, that if voters are going to vote on this, they have to have a clear understanding of the ultimate cost. Also, when it comes to this potential trust fund, who benefits from it and who pays for it? Is it going to be taxpayers in the larger states through sales tax that subsidize fiscally constrained counties? And why? How is that equitable? The reality is that Orange County, we already contribute $4+ billion to state coffers, and yet we don't see that revenue come back into our county to pay for the expenses that we have as a destination for tourists, as a growing community. And I'm going to be doing what I can to fight for Orange County. If this comes down to ensuring savings and equity, then we got to do our part to make sure that the counties that contribute the most to the state coffers also see the most benefit, which is not the case today. And ultimately, for me, it's going to be about the details of such a proposal and who actually benefits from relief. Is it the working class or the most wealthy of us? And how does that translate to delivering of governmental services that are essential to the health and well-being of my constituents?
State Representative, are you in special session fatigue yet?
Yeah, that's a great question. It should be important to note that this is going to be special session F. And I think it does amplify a conversation about a part-time legislature, and does that make sense for a state of our size? Hopefully those will be conversations that future lawmakers can engage with. It's a reminder for our listeners that most lawmakers, myself included, do have full-time jobs in the private sector on top of our responsibilities as being lawmakers. And obviously, it can be difficult to have an employer that is as flexible as the ones required for our line of work in public service. But nonetheless, we will continue to do the work that we are sworn to uphold. But I think there is a conversation to be had about the practicality of part-time legislature with a state with so many needs and demands.
All right, certainly another discussion, interesting points, about that. It would certainly be worthwhile, I think, to have that conversation. State Representative Anna Eskamani, Democrat from Orlando. Always appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Recording stop.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us now. And Brooks, we are feeling that humidity.
Yes, it is thick. It's air you can wear. Dew points in the mid and upper 70s, and it's all part of a huge pattern change for the rain year. Let's get right to the maps. We've got a couple of showers trying to develop out there right now across the area. Pretty few and far between. Today's a transition day between what you see, the partly cloudy skies, the breezy, humid conditions, and what'll be a downright stormy Thursday. Already we're in the mid 80s at this midday lunch hour, and through the day we're going to top out around 92 degrees. So a few showers around this afternoon, and then tomorrow is a Fox 35 Storm Team alert day because we're going to have a heavy rain potential beginning tomorrow, and some areas could see several inches of rain. Areas that haven't seen much rain at all. If you remember, most of the rain has been over on the Tampa Bay side of Florida, but it looks like tomorrow we're going to start seeing it in the Orlando region. Rainy pattern change through mid-June. Right now, as of the radar, the last hour or so, we've got some showers developing in Brevard County as well as parts of Volusia County. Rotating in with high pressure, pumping in moisture from the Caribbean as well as from the Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos, right over Florida. It doesn't get any more tropical of a flow than this. And with the approach of a little upper level system, we're going to see a lot of this wrung out over the state tomorrow. Okay, this map shows future tropical air. So do you see the blues on the map? That's that tropical air, high humidity. It's going to be foist right across Florida, flung right into the peninsula, which means that through Jacksonville, Orlando, Fort Myers, and Miami. Tomorrow when it rains, it's going to pour. We're looking at the kind of rain that could dump 2 to 4 inches in 1 hour. Real heavy rain, the kind that can cause some flash flooding in some of those slow draining urban areas where they're doing construction or where the drains were never great and where they kind of notoriously flood when it rains hard. Saturday, same story. It's not going to rain all day. I mean, it'll be steamy and nice in the mornings. It's just that in the afternoons with these scattered storms, they'll tap some true tropical moisture and really dump the rain. So through today, we'll see a southeast flow, a couple of spotty showers between now and 6 p.m. But there will be a sea breeze collision with the Gulf and the Atlantic sea breezes coming together along and west of a line from Four Corners and Kissimmee over to the Villages and Ocala. So Orlando kind of misses the brunt of this today. But tomorrow, it's a totally different story. Tomorrow, a Fox 35 Storm Team alert day because the rain's going to come a little bit earlier. It'll start around 11 o'clock. Blinding rain on the highways, frequent lightning, and spotty flash flooding. So heads up. Here's a look at the future radar for tomorrow. Starting off at 10 a.m., that's when we'll start to see our first showers popping. And then look at that by noon. About this time tomorrow, we're going to be seeing a widespread assortment of downpours if this model is any kind of accurate, which it should be, because with that surge of tropical air, it's just a matter of physics. The physics of rain. And it'll get real physical for a time. Looks like we could see some serious downpours once you get into the day Thursday and into Thursday night. So yeah, look at all that rain coming down. Most of it tomorrow will be from Orlando east. So it's a total flip-flop compared to the weather pattern we've had over the last couple of days, in the last couple of weeks. Look at these multi-day rain totals. Between now and June 10th, so about the next 14 days or so, next 2 weeks, we're going to see anywhere from 4 to 10 inches of rain. Now, that may not sound like a lot over a period of 12 to 14 days, but if you consider how much rain we get in the month of January, about an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter, this is a lot of rain. And this is part of a pattern that's going to really set us up for a productive rainy season, which is just what the doctor ordered because our drought remains severe to extreme. So here's a look at the forecast. Kind of a 50-50 shot today. As you're driving around, you may hit a brief shower, maybe even a downpour. But tomorrow it's a much better chance. And remember, it won't rain all day, but we've got a much higher chance for it at 80%. And then the pattern establishes. We'll see scattered to numerous afternoon storms each day. The pattern will work out like this, Garrett. We'll have that sunny, steamy, hot morning, followed by an afternoon of numerous storms developing.
So are we kind of fully in the rainy season now?
Yes, I think this will be the push. Sometimes it eases in, right? Mm-hmm. Where one day you'll wake up in July and be like, okay, here we are. This is the rainy season. But when you have true tropical moisture being transported from Honduras, Nicaragua, Western Caribbean Sea, straight into Florida, and then it's getting like a squeeze play from Puerto Rico, Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Cuba, all this tropical air converging into one spot, it's the catalyst that will kick it off. It's like lighting a fire.
But thankfully the opposite because
right,
because of the
fire.
drought that we've been in.
Yeah.
I mean, the rainy season here, not a moment too soon.
You know, it's an interesting question. It's possible that with the onset of the rain tomorrow with thunderstorms, the lightning could actually ironically kick off some wildfires. Because even if you get rain, because it's been so dry, if an ember is created, it's really, lightning physics are weird, but it can create little embers like burning bits of charcoal that hide underground. And when given the opportunity, like a hot, windy day, it can spark up a wildfire. So you get everything in Florida. But yeah, hopefully we get enough rain to overwhelm any kind of process like that.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And let's give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Wednesday morning. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at the White House. We are standing by for the start of the president's cabinet meeting, where President Trump is going to be meeting with his administration officials. We hear remarks from all of them, the president, the vice president, Secretary of State, you name it, going around the table there. So we'll be waiting for that. We'll bring that to you live when it does begin. We are also continuing to monitor federal court in Miami. Fox 35 has a reporter inside the courtroom where the main suspect in the death of Anna Kepner, who is a Titusville teenager found dead on a cruise ship. The main suspect, her stepbrother, Timothy Hudson, in court today. We will check in with Fox 35's Esther Bauer once she gets out of the courtroom. We're also learning some new details from newly unsealed court documents that shed some more light on the evidence that the prosecutors have in this case. So we will have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also tracking the ongoing search in Daytona Beach for a homicide suspect that's wanted out of Gainesville. We're talking about Xavion Perry III, who investigators say was spotted last night in Daytona Beach. He, according to investigators, fled police, bailed out of his car, then ran onto the Main Street Pier and has not been found. The search continuing for this suspect, and Daytona Beach police held a news conference just a few minutes ago where they talked about their efforts to find him and what they want the public to know.
Good morning, Chief Jakari Young, Daytona Beach Police Department. I want to provide some information regarding an active ongoing search for a homicide suspect connected to a homicide that occurred in Alachua County last night. But before I provide the timeline, I want to share the suspect's information. The suspect has been identified as 31-year-old Xavion Perry. His date of birth is October 5th, of 1994. Perry is described as a black male, approximately 6 feet 1 inch tall, with thin to medium build. He was last seen wearing all black clothing, white socks, and white sneakers. Based on the information currently available to law enforcement, Perry has a criminal history that includes 1 felony charge for grand theft and 2 misdemeanor charges involving domestic violence and resisting without violence. At this time, there's been 0 convictions. So at approximately 9:52 p.m., law enforcement in Alachua County responded to shots fired in the area where they located their deceased victim, and it was at that time that they identified their suspect as Xavion Perry. At approximately 11:30 p.m., the Daytona Beach Police Department was alerted through law enforcement technology that Perry was in our area. We attempted a traffic stop on his 2021 black Dodge Charger, at which time he fled, so we engaged in a pursuit. That pursuit ended on the Main Street Beach approach, at which time he fled from the vehicle. He ended up on the pier, and based on what we can tell from video footage, at some point he jumped from the pier back onto the beach, at which time we lost sight of him. So there's been an extensive search going on for Perry throughout the night. All law enforcement agencies in the area have been working collaboratively to try to locate the suspect. The Volusia County Sheriff's Office, Ormond Beach PD, Daytona Beach Shores, everybody is aware. We were informed that at some point he was streaming live on social media where he displayed a gun and he made suicidal statements. So I can tell you that no stone is being left unturned as it pertains to doing our best to try to locate the suspect. I was also informed that Alachua County is going to be releasing their own details here shortly, so I don't want to go too much into their investigation because that's obviously a separate investigation. But I can reassure the community that I'm bringing in additional resources, and it is totally all hands on deck. So I have additional resources coming in to saturate that area to ensure the safety, do our best to ensure the safety of the community and the public. Obviously, because the suspect is still at large, I'm not going to say that it's safe, but I'm going to ask the community to remain vigilant. That is the main thing I need, is for the community to remain vigilant. And if they see this guy, call 911 immediately from a safe distance, give us a full description, and let us come in and see if we can apprehend him safely. So at this time, I will take a few questions because my priority is getting back out there in the field and seeing what we need to do to come up with this suspect.
You haven't found his gun yet, right?
No, we have not. His vehicle is here. It is in the back, so we have evidence inside that vehicle that we need to go through, but as of right now, I have not been notified of the recovery of his firearm.
Chief, does he have any family in the area you're aware of? Or
No, we're not aware of him having any family in this area.
What makes you think he's still in that area in particular?
Just based on what we witnessed on surveillance video, he was last seen on the beach. There is a possibility that he is no longer in the area, but we're treating this as if he is.
There were people, obviously social media rumors, just saying that they saw a lot of law enforcement coming into businesses, showing up with guns on the beach side. Can you just clear up any of that, what happened and what they were doing?
So I can't speak directly to everything that took place last night, but I can tell you it was definitely an all hands on deck, and we did want to saturate that area in an attempt to locate this subject last night. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful, but the search continues, and we will be out there until we're able to get him into custody.
Can you tell part of what happened, why, there were shots?
All I could tell you is that it was domestic in nature, and he fled our way.
And just to reiterate, I mean, people obviously, as you said, should call 911 if they see him and consider this guy dangerous.
Absolutely.
Chief, are you able to probably surmise how he has been able to keep out of sight from you guys at this point?
Not at this time. We don't know if anyone's helping him. We don't believe so. We don't have any information that leads us to believe that he's being assisted. but we're just going to continue doing what we have to do as far as the search. And I'm going to wrap up with that. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Brief news conference from Chief Jakari Young with the Daytona Beach Police Department talking about the search for that suspect, urging folks to remain vigilant. Right now, as that search continues, they said no reason to believe others are in danger, but just urging them to remain vigilant as that search remains active. Again, Xavion Perry III, the man they are looking for. Here is a live look right now, Daytona Beach, from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning. We are still standing by waiting for the start of that Trump cabinet meeting. Don't want you to think we forgot about it. It just has not begun yet. We'll get you to that when it does begin. Right now, though, I want to get you to a news conference in Tavares. It was held at the Lake County Courthouse earlier today, where we heard from the 5th Judicial Circuit State Attorney announcing that prosecutors are going to seek the death penalty against a 41-year-old man who is now facing dozens of charges, 47 counts in an alleged sexual battery of a child. This is a case involving the suspect Schubert Navarroza Macarat, again, 41 years old. We just heard from State Attorney Bill Gladson at a news conference just a little bit ago.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bill Gladson. I'm the State Attorney here in Lake County. Present with us today are Lake County Detective Brian Eaton, Major Todd English, and Captain Cliff McMenemy. We also have joining us Florida State Representative Nan Cobb, Representative Richard Gentry, Representative Taylor Yarkowski, who's going to join us in a moment, and Senator Keith Truenow. I want to thank you all for being here today. All of what I'm going to talk to you about this morning is extremely disturbing. On March 22nd, 2026, in the early morning hours, Lake County deputies responded to the Leesburg area of Lake County to meet a complainant, a person who had indicated that a child had confided in her that she had been the victim of sexual abuse. Immediately, the deputy got a hold of the complainant, got with the child, and the child made a disclosure that not only had this been happening, but it had been happening for many years. before the child was even 10 years old, all the way up until early this year. So when I say ongoing, we're talking years of abuse for this particular child. What the child did was, at some point during the abuse, record what happened to her on her cell phone. And she recorded it because she knew that she would need it as evidence. During the sexual battery, the offender at some time, at certain points, would even use a GoPro camera to record the sexual battery. You know, that's particularly evil if you think about it. Why anybody would even be in this position to begin with is unspeakable, but the idea that someone would record it, and I don't know whether that was an intent to sell it or distribute it, but as I go through some more of the facts, I think it'll become a little bit more clear possibly what he was doing with it. So following the offender's arrest, and Lake County deputies arrested him that night, Detective Eaton was assigned the case from the Lake County Sheriff's Office, and he immediately set an interview up with the Child Advocacy Center in Leesburg. And for those of you who don't know, the CAC does incredible work doing forensic interviews for children that have been the victims of sexual abuse, of child abuse, and it's a safe place for them to go where they can tell their story and essentially start the process for them to get justice for what happened to them. So the child underwent a forensic interview at the CAC, and during that interview, the child gave additional information that afforded the deputies the opportunity to go back and get more search warrants. And in doing so, they located a lot of physical evidence that confirms what the child had disclosed. Among them are sexual devices that the child described that were used during the sexual assault, condoms, lubrication, things like that. The detectives also recovered at least 10 thumb drives, 2 phones, a laptop, and Detective Eaton has been executing search warrants on those devices since this started. That's resulted in addition to those things being collected, a 4 terabyte hard drive, external hard drive, that had at least 3,000 videos on it, 700 of which are confirmed child sexual abuse material. Some of these videos had been shown to the child prior to and sometimes during the assault. That is a disgusting level of grooming. Yesterday, Assistant State Attorney Shannon Schlarf, who's also present with us today, presented this case to the grand jury here in Lake County. With that, I'm here to announce the grand jury's indictment of Schubert Makarat on a total of 47 separate felony charges, 12 of which are capital sexual battery upon a child less than 12 years of age. You'll be provided a copy of the redacted indictment once we're finished. This kind of criminal depravity demands only one response from the state. Today, I'm filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty in the event the defendant is found guilty of capital sexual battery of a child. We are seeking to prematurely end his life because he has forfeited his right to live among us. In this death notice, we've alleged 4 aggravators, statutory aggravators that are necessary if we're going to seek the death penalty. These aggravators are sufficiently strong that I think this is an exceptional opportunity to challenge the case of Kennedy versus Louisiana, a 2008 decision that held that the death penalty for a child rapist is cruel and unusual punishment. We've not always had the weapons that we have in our arsenal today. And that's why I've invited the members of our legislative delegation to be here this morning. They've always been strong advocates for our children. They are an example of why Florida is different. And we are different. In this state, we protect our children. In this state, we protect our vulnerable. In this state, we have zero tolerance for child predators. Because of the laws they passed, signed into law by our Governor DeSantis, we are in a position to see this work through, and we are going to try to do that with this case. This is why, in all respects, Florida is leading the way. We have a blueprint for success when it comes to criminal justice issues, and we will not stop and we will not back down. We will fight every fight, regardless of the opposition we get from people who might have their feelings hurt, who might think it's not politically expedient. We will fight. I'd like to thank Sheriff Grinnell for his leadership at LCSO, as well as the excellent work done by Detective Eaton, who spent days working on search warrants. And I think you all can understand when I say 700 of those 3,000 videos have been identified as child sexual abuse material, that means he had to watch and verify that. And I can tell you, just from having watched one of those, it's devastating. And 700 is, it's honestly, it's just awful. So I'd also like to thank the victim for coming forward. I think it's always important to understand that as a child, things are hard enough, and it's hard enough to be a kid these days. It's hard enough with all the pressures, with all the access to the electronic devices, to the grooming that serial predators deploy to take advantage of children. But the strength that you need to come forward and tell somebody, to tell an adult, so that adult can report it, that's incredible, and that deserves some acknowledgement. There's no telling how many more children could have been, probably would have been, victims if had that person not come forward. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Major Todd English for some brief remarks from the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
Good morning. My name is Todd English, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Major over the Investigations Division at the Lake County Sheriff's Office. On behalf of Sheriff Peyton Grinnell, I want to tell you why we're here. Even more so, why we're here because we're a unified front against evil. Our work at the Sheriff's Office, our work with the State Attorney's Office, and our legislators will never end. It'll never cease, and that's important to know. Sheriff Grinnell always instills in us that we are to work tirelessly to pursue evil, to help rescue and safeguard our victims, and we have a team that is always prepared to do that. And we want to applaud our detective and our deputies in their work. Mr. Gladson and his team are unmatched at seeking justice. You won't find a more aggressive team in the state of Florida at finding the pathway to seeking justice for victims and holding suspects accountable. And again, our legislators, the relationships we have, getting stronger by the day, and we're very thankful for our relationships and our partners with them. Let me add one more thing. We're always going to be ready to tackle this evil. And our responsibility here today and to our community is to let them know and educate them that this suspect and other suspects that are out there that have yet to have been identified or held accountable, hopefully they're watching. And to our victims out there that are continually being victimized, God bless them. Maybe the faith in what we have here in Lake County and the 5th Judicial Circuit will give them some hope and give them some drive to know that we're here to help them, and we will walk through this trauma with them to find a pathway to their next steps in life and their health and their future. So again, Mr. Gladson, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for letting me speak today. Thank you to the legislators as well.
Thank you, Major. And now I'd like to ask Representative Richard Gentry to speak on behalf of the delegation.
My name is Richard Gentry, and I am the elected representative from House District 27, which gives me part of Lake County. your delegation from Lake County works very hard to make sure that our law enforcement and our judicial system has the funding that they need. And this is a great example now of the culmination of all of that. We are so proud of the work that these people to my left do. This truly is where the rubber meets the road. We talk a lot about a lot of things in Tallahassee, but for the citizens of the 7th Judicial Circuit, this is where it really matters. And we like the work that these people do, and the people of this county should be grateful all the time for the things that they never even see. We hear about them, and today you're also allowed to hear about them and see the work that has been done. But this isn't the only thing that's ongoing that these people are investigating and working on and prosecuting. And so I can't tell you how good I feel every time I try, and as well as the whole delegation, we try in Tallahassee to support these people. And it's truly a matter of pride that I believe that State Attorney Gladson will ultimately prevail in his convicting of this person, and they'll be put away so that this person can never prey on others again, particularly our youth. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. With that, thank you, Representative Gentry. I'll take a couple questions.
Do we know if the suspect has any additional victims?
I'm not aware of any additional victims.
Do we know if anybody else was living in this household that was aware of what was going on?
I am not at liberty to speak about that, but not that I'm aware of about the household. So.
Bill, how many years did this go on?
It looks like 3.
State Attorney, the Governor just signed a bill stating that the clock on the statute of limitations begins for cases like this, sexual abuse, abandonment, when law enforcement is notified. Are you anticipating a uptick in cases reported thanks to that legislation?
So I will say that our law enforcement community, not just here in Lake County, but throughout the 5th Circuit, gets on cases right away. There's typically not a delay, so there's no issues as it relates to getting started. I'm not familiar with the specifics of that particular legislation, but we are staying busy. We've always been busy, and we're going to continue to put victims first, as we always do, and make sure that we seek justice. And justice delayed is justice denied. So anything that helps us get cases moving forward and moving forward faster is what's best for the victims and the cases.
Bill, was this a teacher that she confided in, or?
So one thing I have to be very careful about is giving too many details about the disclosure and also the relationship of the parties. So.
You said that this case has strong enough grounding to challenge, said Kennedy v. Louisiana. Does the passage of the Capital Sexual Battery Act not already override that, or?
So that is a Supreme Court case. So this is a Florida statute that we're operating under, and it's time that that case get challenged. These are the facts that I think demand such a challenge. If I think, going to just generally say that I think the public would support capital cases being brought, the death penalty being brought on these types of cases. I just do. I mean, I've never spoken to anybody that didn't think that. So, that's a 2008 decision. All decisions eventually get challenged. This is one of those cases that I think needs to make that challenge, and I think these facts support it. All right, with that, thank you all for coming. I appreciate it.
It's a news conference there. Interesting hearing him talk about challenging that previous court ruling. We'll see what happens as that case moves forward in Lake County. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are approaching the noon hour. We are expecting the start of a cabinet meeting at the White House very shortly. We will get you to that when it begins. You'll hear from the president, several members of his administration in that meeting that was scheduled for 11 o'clock. So again, we do expect that to begin any minute now, and we will get you to that meeting once it is convened. We are also following up on a ceremony today in Osceola County, a law enforcement memorial ceremony that was held in memory of the law enforcement and corrections officers in Osceola County who died in the line of duty. We heard from a number of speakers talking about the service and sacrifice of those law enforcement officers from a number of different agencies. One of the speakers we heard from, I'm going to go ahead and play for you now, is we heard from Chief Keith Neely with the Osceola County Corrections, and talked at this ceremony earlier today in Kissimmee.
Good morning. I am Chief Neely with the Osceola County Corrections Department, and it is my pleasure to be the guest speaker here today. As already mentioned, in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed public law establishing May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, a day dedicated to the remembrance of law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in ensuring that they will never be forgotten for their sacrifices. It is in that spirit that we gather here today. So thank you for joining us in recognizing those officers who made that sacrifice for their communities. It is a privilege to stand before you to honor the brave men and women who gave their lives in service here in Osceola County. I'm also deeply honored to be standing with the Law Enforcement Community Day, as well as the family, friends, and members of the community at large who carry the weight of this day in such a personal way. I wish ceremonies like this were not necessary and that no name would ever need to be added to our law enforcement.
That's a ceremony in Kissimmee earlier today. We'll try to get you back to that, but I want to get you inside the cabinet room where President Trump just began speaking as he hosts members of his administration for this cabinet meeting. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Hundreds of people won, and almost nobody didn't win. So, but last night was very powerful. So I'm thrilled to welcome everyone to the 12th cabinet meeting of our administration, and we're doing something that no administration's ever done. We're always letting the press join us because we're very open and transparent. You like the word transparent, but we're more transparent than any administration in history. No, to the best of my knowledge, press has never been invited ever to a cabinet meeting for any reason at all. And it's an honor to have you. This team has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. We took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border in the world. Anywhere in the world, there's no border like the border we had. And created the most secure border in the history of our country. We had no people, 12 months now, no people reported in the last 12 months came in illegally. 0 illegal aliens admitted to the United States in the last 12 months. And those charts are made by, you would say, politically unfriendly people. And the reason they don't come in is because nobody comes up, because they know that they're going to be turned away, and if they get in, they're going to be moved out right away. So it's been 0. You're the one that do the reports. I'm actually surprised by the number because I don't know how it can be 0, but they say it's 0 for the last 12 months. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. So the murder rate was quite high, and we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from very rough countries and from mental institutions and from lots of other places, drug dealers, others. They came in illegally during the Biden administration. We've gotten many of them out, but we still have some that we're looking for, quite a few that we're still looking for, but we've gotten over 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We've gotten some, we put them in jail. We don't even trust the country to send them because they'll come back in maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allowed in. They can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to this country. Fentanyl coming across our border is now down by 61%. 61%. And coming in by water, by sea, by ocean is down 97%. Can you imagine? Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. All Democrats voted against the tax cuts, putting more money in Americans' pockets. This year, the typical family got tax refunds of almost close to $5,000. The stock market has set 68 all-time record highs since the election. So 68 days, we hit all-time highs. We're right there now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict. I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict. Despite the conflict with Venezuela, who no longer has a Navy, no longer has an Air Force, no longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places. Their leadership is gone. Their second-rung leadership is gone, and we're dealing with their third, half of their third, because half of their third is gone, too. The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans are benefiting working today. We have the most working, and we have 401ks at their all-time high, highest they've ever been. And that goes along with the stock market, which is the highest it's ever been. Under my most favored nation agreements, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical, because drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs down 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% if you want. There are two ways, depends on the way you ask the question. But a pill that would sell in Germany or in, let's say, in London for $10, we're selling for here for $130. And I got the countries to all agree, otherwise they would have had to pay big tariffs. I don't want to go into it, but I had some very interesting discussions. They said vehemently no, and then when I said, that's all right, we're going to charge you a 50% tariff on everything you sell into America, they said, well, like we said, we'll say yes. And every single country agreed, and every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nations. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world. Now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that pill that I talked about would go from $10 to $20. The world is bigger than the U.S. Hard to believe, but it's true. So it's not like you cut it in the middle. They just had to go up a little bit, but a little bit is a doubling of a price. So a little bit's a lot. So the pill would go from $10 to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20. Think of that. So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news conference I had in my first term where I got the prices down 1/8%, 1/4% my first term. And I was so proud of it because drug prices hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8%, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I got that through, well, everybody knew it was taking place, but we paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world, and the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing. And for healthcare, so much of it is prescription drug prices and drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics too, as I said, and that's 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I, wasn't sure whether or not I loved the idea, but they said we want to use Trump. TrumpRx.gov is what it is, and it's the hottest site I think anywhere on the planet, from what I understand, Bobby. Right? It's really great. People are calling up and they're buying drugs for literally a fraction of the price, and it should be the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms. But the press doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe. Ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion, and we're asking actually for $1.5 trillion for the coming year. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, as you know. You saw what we did with Venezuela. That worked out very quickly. And we're doing really equally as well with, but again, people don't want to write about it, with Iran. Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, and they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't. Right now, I mean, you can speak to Steve Witkoff and Jared. They're doing a good job. But right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that. Very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it at all, but we've had great support from other nations. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need it, you don't get the support. With Operation Epic Fury, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror never obtains a nuclear weapon, and they won't. Under the leadership of Vice President J.D. Vance, very proud of this, the White House Task Force to eliminate fraud is waging war on waste, fraud, theft, and abuse like nobody's ever seen before. He looks like Elliot Ness. Do you ever see Elliot Ness? I'm telling you, the guys that are up there are all central casting, standing behind. What a group of people. No, it looks like a movie. I'm going to make a movie out of it, I think. And they're finding billions and billions and billions of dollars. And I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said that. And, you know, if he does really great, we'll have a balanced budget without having to do anything. This is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves. And I hope that Todd is going to do a real job. These are crooked people. These are thieves. This isn't like a mistake. Just talking about one person, he got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man. He was a service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook. They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell. Ilhan Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. We got them. Now we're putting the clamps on, but boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women, too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? What do you see? I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of, just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen. And no other administration would do what we're doing. Just let it go. Everybody was getting rich. And I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old. But that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people in Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good, that you've never seen anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people in Social Security. If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism, they said. It was incredible, actually. And I mean, I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet. So congratulations, JD. Be vicious like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually. Come up with some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi's worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead and they weren't dead. They were right there. And she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI with Cash and with Todd and with JD and everybody else. It was amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence and cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States. She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although, when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them. But the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax, too. And revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see. And we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. You know, it's people are very interested in it. It actually became the #1 topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with terrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it? So a lot of people out there are like it. But we're releasing all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to feel great soon. You're going to make him. You're going to get him better. And he's a wonderful guy. So just say hello and thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people. And the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Central Casting. He loves war. I don't like it. He's a good man, Ellen. And Scott Bessent, you talk about a guy doing a job. Been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say, but we did that once, and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now if I do this way, they'll say, he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with JD, and you can talk about a really, really important thing, bringing our country back to honesty. A tremendous amount of money is involved. Hey, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the Fraud Task Force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate, and I'll come to the President and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, he'll say, for what? For the Fraud Task Force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level, and that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the Fraud Task Force. So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing at finding student loan fraud. You've got people who are either illegal aliens or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more. Scott at HUD has been amazing, because a lot of the fraud that we see is housing fraud, people claiming benefits that they're not entitled to, or again, sir, sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer. Brooke at the Department of Agriculture, something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program. The federal government has no insight into whether those food stamps are going to people who are legally entitled or whether those people actually even exist. And so we're working on a number of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits are actually entitled to them. And I could go down the list. I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in this room. Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz have been particular all-stars on this, and Kim at H&HS. What they've done with the Medicaid fraud, we found tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid and Medicare fraud just from their hard work. We've cut that off, and yes, Mr. President, we're going to find a lot more. The final thing I want to say, Mr. President, and I know that Todd maybe has something to say about this as well, but I always try to remind the American people, and certainly remind the cabinet officials. By the way, Kelly at SBA has found tens of billions of dollars that were from fraudulent loans that were giving under the Biden administration, and we've now cut that off and recovered a lot of that money. So this has been a whole of government effort, Mr. President. The team really deserves a great deal of credit here. But the final point I want to make, sir, is I always try to remind the American people that fraud is fundamentally a crime with two victims. The most obvious victim are the American taxpayer. They pay their taxes, they expect the money to go where it should go, and that's not happening because of the fraudsters. But there are also victims, people who benefit from these programs that don't exist if we're not actually taking care of the fraud issue. And let me just give one example to build on something you said earlier, sir. One of the people that Todd just prosecuted was a person who was collecting a lot of money from the American taxpayer to take care of elderly citizens, people who worked their entire lives, paid their taxes, should have had dignity and nobility in old age, but it was deprived from them from fraudsters who say that they're taking care of them, who collect a check to take care of them, but then abuse and neglect these people. And particularly one man who died because he wasn't getting adequate care, and that guy was still collecting benefits to take care of a person who he had completely neglected. So not only do you have an American taxpayer who's paying into these programs, you have an elderly citizen deprived of his dignity because we're not going after the fraudsters. Well, now we are.
How much money did he get?
Sir, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that, but we think that that exact type of fraud has been replayed all over our country. That particular case was outside of Minneapolis. We expect that there are tens of thousands of people who are collecting fraudulent money to take care of people, and they're not actually taking care of them. We're, of course, going to get to the root of as much of it as we can. But again, sir, it's been, I wouldn't say fun, because you find out how much people have been taken advantage of, but it's certainly very good and valuable work. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Attorney General, please.
I'll just to continue to talk about what the Vice President was just talking about. The way that we are actually, it's one thing to uncover fraud, which we've done, and that's part of it, but it's also prosecuting the bad guys that are doing it and stopping it from continuing. And that's where you have, everybody in this room has inspector generals. And for many years, these really hardworking law enforcement members would identify fraud, and nobody did anything about it. DOJ prosecuted it, but spent a very little resources on that. So what we've done just in the past 51 days, over 400 law enforcement actions in this country related to major fraud. That's search warrants, that's arrests, that's convictions, that's indictments that are filed, and that's just 51 days. And it's not just the great prosecutors. It's the FBI agents, it's DHS and HSI agents. It's everybody in this room that has inspector generals that are now, they have been freed up. And it's because of you, it's because of the Vice President saying this is going to be a priority of what we are going to do, not just the Department of Justice. Even though we're the prosecutors that are putting bad guys in jail, it's also the law enforcement at every agency, FBI and DHS. And so we're already seeing results. We had a $1 billion fraud, a conviction at trial last week out of Florida. And this was an organization that was stealing from senior citizens in Florida, duping them. There were call centers set up in the Philippines, and they were duping them to buy medical equipment that they didn't need, that they would never get, and that the taxpayers paid for. And so that's a good win. We arrested 15 guys in Minnesota last week. The Vice President mentioned one of them. These are people that are not, they're just stealing, and many of them are here illegally. And so you have people who are in this country illegally, who are then taking advantage, and the Vice President says something a lot that resonates with me. The generosity of the American people, the generosity of everybody in this room, the leadership, to take care of the people in this country that are the most, that deserve it the most. Children who are supposed to get food at school, and you have men just stealing, taking that money. And so that's what we're focused on. We are standing up, as you know, Mr. President, you allowed us to stand up a new division at the Department of Justice. It's our entire existence of that division is to combat what we're talking about. And then every U.S. Attorney's Office is now focused on it as well. So this is something that will result in a better place for every citizen in this country and save money, a lot of money, and also it's the right thing to do for our tax dollars, Mr. President.
And billions of dollars was given out just very quickly before Biden left office. Billions and billions were given out. And I mean, I know of many cases, but one, I don't know what's happened with it, but I think you're looking at it. I know Lee was involved in it environmentally. Stacey Abrams was given $2 billion for an account that had $103 in it, an environmental fraud, I guess. And she had $103 in this newly opened account. And before leaving business, they put $2 billion into the account. And they had no reason for existence. They were unable to say what they did with it. $2 billion. Lee, do you want to just mention something about that?
Thanks for your leadership, Mr. President.
This cabinet meeting continuing. We've heard from the President, the Vice President, the Acting Attorney General, getting ready now to hear from the EPA Administrator. We've got to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Hearing from Secretary of State Marco Rubio right now at this cabinet meeting live at the White House. Let's listen in.
And we're going to give it every chance to succeed. I know you're giving it every chance to succeed, Mr. President. But here's the bottom line, because I keep getting asked, what is this all about? It's very simple. Iran and these people in charge of Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And they will never have a nuclear weapon, and they most certainly will not have one as long as you're President of the United States. On that point, it's very clear. Just two quick things I want to touch upon. One, you touched upon the border and security. Part of securing our border is dealing with the people that are in this country unlawfully, many of whom do not want to go back to the country that they originally came from for a variety of reasons. Either we can't send them there or some judge ties us up. And one of the key things we have achieved is now 20 countries have signed third country national agreements, meaning these are safe countries where individuals who refuse to go back to their country of origin can be sent to that country instead. We've gotten 20 countries now around the world who have signed agreements that allow us to deport people to those places. What often happens when you go to the person who's here unlawfully and say, we're going to send you to this third country, is all of a sudden they decide they'd rather go back to their home country instead. So it gives the ability to enforce our laws, and we work very closely with the Department of Homeland Security on that front. Something else that I know is concerning people, because it's on the news, is Ebola. Our number one obligation, we're involved in foreign policy, but even our foreign policy, the number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. And so the State Department and other agencies represented here, the Centers for Disease Control, HHS, others, are working very, very hard to contain this crisis to the countries where it's currently located, particularly the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And so we've surged assistance to make sure that is being contained there. And obviously, multiple agencies involved here are also very involved in tracking people, just to make sure that nobody comes into this country that has Ebola and creates a problem for us. And we feel like we've got good efforts in place to do that, and Americans should feel assured that the President and his administration is doing everything we can to protect them on that front. My last point, you said I was all over the place. One of the places I stopped in last night was to initial the Trump Route for Prosperity in Armenia. This is a key linchpin of the peace deal that you were able to achieve between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And in addition to that, we also signed a critical minerals MOU with them and a strategic engagement one as well. So just a reminder of another war you helped to settle, Mr. President. But from that now we are seeing the emergence of a great new relationship with Armenia that really had grown stagnant for a very long period of time. So we're doing well on that front as well. Thank you.
And could I just ask you, Cuba and Venezuela, what's going on there?
Well, interesting. On Venezuela, that process continues, that three-phase process, of obviously stabilization, recovery, and transition. I would just say, just since January 3rd of this year, okay, and I think this number's right, and Chris or Doug can correct me on this, but I think over 10 million barrels of Venezuelan oil have been delivered to the United States since the 3rd of January. That industry is being professionalized for the first time ever. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. They are selling oil in the market at market rates. The money's going to an account in the United States, controlled and monitored by Treasury, audited by KPMG, and it's for the first time ever the money's not being stolen. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Cuba's in a lot of trouble because, unfortunately for them, it's run by a bunch of incompetent communists. Being communist is bad. Being an incompetent communist is like the worst. And but the country's been taken over by this company called Gaesa that basically controls 70% of the economy. None of the money in that company goes to help the Cuban people. None of it. So we'll be talking to them. We'll be working on it. We want something good for the Cuban people, and hopefully there'll be a good outcome there for them. There needs to be. It's 90 miles from our shores, and having a failed state 90 miles from our shores is a threat to the national security of the United States.
So we're producing right now more oil by double than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. There's never been anything like that. We don't need oil, we don't need the Straits, we don't need anything, but we have more oil now being produced by 2 times than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. It's a great stat. Do you want to say something about that?
Well, I would, President Trump, under your leadership, we've opened up lease sales on public land. This is land that was put away for the benefit and the use of the American people, like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. The Biden administration had illegally stopped holding lease sales during their administration. President Trump famously said, drill, baby, drill, but before you can drill, you've got to open public lands. Between the lease sales that have happened in the Permian, in the Bakken, and on the North Slope, just since January of this year, it's over $4 billion of revenues come into the Treasury. That's 13 times more than the Biden administration brought in on lease sales in the entire 4 years they're in office. Sir, your policies brought that in 5 months. So with that, a lot of excitement, a lot of activity. We also inherited, just in one district in Carlsbad, New Mexico, 5,600 unprocessed applications to drill for oil and gas on public land. And when we're drilling on public land, those companies pay a royalty, and that money comes to all of our citizens, and it goes to local school districts, and it goes to states. It is the core of the economy in parts of our country. The team down there working for the Department of Interior, the Bureau of Land Management, has dropped that by 91%. It's one of the reasons why they had a record lease sale. It's because now people go, I can bid on federal land and I'm going to get a permit to drill, and it's not going to take me 5 years to get it. I'm going to get it in a month or less. And so it's exciting to see your vision. And of course, with this energy dominance, us, as you just noted, largest oil producer in the world, largest natural gas producer in the world, largest natural gas exporter. This is an opportunity for us to bring prosperity and affordability here at home, but also bring peace abroad. So President Trump, your energy dominance strategy with Chris Wright, Lee Zeld, and all the people that are working on this, people around the room, it's been really incredible. And of course, you mentioned Venezuela, but all that flowing to our Gulf Coast refineries is also helping to keep the price of gas down at home. So again, it's an amazing transformation. Bottom line is the center of geopolitics around energy has moved from other parts of the world to the Western Hemisphere in the last 5 months. You turn Venezuela from a sanctioned adversary into a strategic ally in 45 minutes. Never happened in history before. And what's going on in Alaska, when I was there last week in Alaska, the North Slope, 80,000 barrels a day coming online at Pica. That wouldn't have happened with you. It's up by Willow on the North Slope. That's going into the Alaska pipeline. 20% increase just off that one field. So amazing work. Energy's a high-tech industry, and those guys are crushing it, and they're loving the fact that they can provide affordable, reliable, secure energy for America.
And we're working very hard in California. You know, a lot of people don't know this, but California has tremendous oil reserves. Used to be number 3 in the nation, and the radical left has just wiped it out. And we're working very hard to get that open again and get it so the people, their gasoline prices, their lack of energy is just staggering. It's staggering. And we're actually making very good progress. Even people that were against that at one point, now they're saying, wow, that'd be great. But people don't realize it was one of the, right, Chris? It was one of the top drilling states, one of the, I would say in terms of reserves, as among the top in the country. Nobody thinks of that with California. Everything was just closed down, really violently closed down. And we're opening up some of it, and we're being met with actually great spirit, because they're paying so much for gasoline that they don't have to be doing that. And they have a very incompetent group of leaders, like grossly incompetent. So I think that's going to be something. On a slightly smaller subject, while Doug was speaking, Department of Interior, he and his people have done a fantastic job on D.C. D.C. is looking beautiful. The fountains are almost all open. We had 28 of them. And we have one in particular, a very long lake, we call it, the reflecting lake, between the Lincoln Monument. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You take a look at, between Lincoln and Washington, you have the longest, like 2,400 feet long. That's longer than the tallest building in the world if you set it on the side. And it's almost 200 feet wide. And actually it was built in 1922, and from 1922 on, it really never worked. It always leaked, and it was a problem, and a lot of things. And hundreds of millions was spent. The Biden administration and the Obama administration spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get it to work, and they failed. And we'll be spending, you'll give me a number, but I think it's a very low number. It's like in the number that we originally talked about, where we cleaned it, we fumigated it. We had 10 major truck dumpsters of garbage taken out. Can you believe it? A friend of mine came in, very substantial person from Germany. He wanted to see the Washington Monument. I wanted to see the Lincoln Memorial. He said, look, but that horrible reflecting pond is disgusting. It's filthy, dirty, and disgusting. I said, really? I drove down. I said, Secret Service, let's take a drive. And we went down. I said, that's terrible. And for the most part, it didn't work. I mean, they wouldn't even have water in there. But when they did, it was just dirty, filthy water that leaked out. And we got to work on it. And it was supposed to cost almost $400 million, because it's like putting the skin on a skyscraper, but bigger, much bigger. Many skyscrapers, you could almost say, other than for the world's tallest. Think of it, the world's tallest skyscraper is shorter than 2,400 feet. So we went to work, and over the years I built hundreds of pools. I build them every time I built a building. I always like to build Olympic-sized swimming pools, and I was very aware swimming pool, what goes into making a swimming pool. It's not as simple as people think. You never want it to leak. You want to have beautiful surface. I said, I have an idea, Doug. We sat down. I said, let's take that long thing where we're going to fix it with concrete, which leaks, concrete, all sorts of other materials that all leak and don't look good. They're gray. And, swimming pool, I have a swimming pool right up the road. I built it 22 years ago. It's perfect. I said, does it ever leak? No. It's perfect. Good contractors. I actually called in a couple of the contractors, got some ideas from them. And I gave it to Doug, and Doug's done an unbelievable job. And so they were going to spend maybe $400 million. I don't know. You never know with cost overruns and everything, but it was going to take years to build, 3 years, 4 years. And we'll have it done before July 4th, substantially before July 4th. If we didn't have such bad weather the last 4 or 5 days, we could have been almost done. You can't do the substance of the rain. And what they did is they cleaned it. They took out, as I said, more than 10 dumpsters of garbage, shovels. It was disgusting. Every corner had massive amounts of, I guess that's the way the tide goes, but they had massive amounts of garbage. We then steam cleaned it. We then sandblasted it, and then we pebble blasted it. It's a bigger version of sand. We made the surface as good as it can be. And we're now covering it with the most beautiful blue, very thick. You think of it as a very sophisticated form of rubber. No leaks, no problems, and it's beautiful. It's called American Flag Blue. That was the color we chose. And we are probably 70% finished with it. It's going to be finished. The hard part's done. And then we decided to do much more than we originally, I thought I was just going to do the surface, but we said the problem is the outer ring looks pretty bad too, where you walk on. So we sandblasted that. This is all additional work. We didn't want to do, when you do something like this, when you do the one, you think the other looked okay, but then when the other, you see the new surface, the old stuff that looked okay looks really bad. So we cleaned that, sandblasted it, the walkways, all of it. It's a tremendous amount of area. It's thousands of feet long, very wide. This is where the people stand, not the water part, the dry part. And we had a combination of granite and stone. And we're pointing it, fixing it. The joints were terrible, everything. The whole place was a mess. And when it opens in a couple of weeks, long before July 4th, we want to have it for July 4th weekend, but it'll be long before that, you will see something that's really going to be beautiful. And now we're looking at the World War II fountain, because that's also in pretty bad shape. On the bottom, we're going to duplicate it, I think, with the, maybe with a slightly different color. Actually, we'll go with a lighter color. But Doug and I have a lot of fun doing it. Your staff is fantastic. They've really worked well. But the concept, so think of it, instead of spending $200, $300, $400 million, and it will never work, we're going to spend like $10 million maybe, $12 million. Instead of spending 4 years, we're going to spend, like if you add it all up, like a couple of months. And instead of going through 4 4th of Julys as a horrible construction site, we're going to have it open before the 4th of July. And the difference is it's better. Somebody said, oh, well, but it's not the same. Some of the fake news would say, well, but it's not. No, it's like the pen story. The pen is better at $2 than it was at $2,000. This is the same thing. This is far better. Won't leak. it'll last for 50 years, maybe 100 years if they didn't even know. I said, how long will this last? Oh, I think you'll get 50 years out of it. We did the swimming pool treatment, but they said, sir, for a little more money, we can get industrial strength. I said, that sounds good to me. Same color, same everything, same stuff, but it's actually much stronger. It's used for industrial. I said, I love that. So we're going to have that open. It's going to be really, really beautiful. And it's a very important thing. You know, we can't have people looking at the Washington Monument, going, the memorial. If you take a look, the Lincoln Memorial, it was built, I guess, a little after the Lincoln War. It's embarrassing. It was so horrible. I never saw anything like it. It was filthy dirty. It was Biden. And they spent, between the two of them, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix this thing. Now, when Obama did it, he spent way over $100 million. And they had a great idea. Let's use the water from the Potomac. Because environmentally, they liked it. Somebody said that was good. But the water from the Potomac was not suitable for this, to put it mildly. It was disgusting what happened. And so they spent hundreds of millions, over $100 million, and they immediately closed it. It was closed for many months and nobody did anything. It was closed. It's basically been closed. But go back to 1922. It was always sort of, people think of it as beautiful, but it was always a mess. It's going to be unbelievable. It will be unbelievable. It's actually exciting. I want to ride over there today if I can. You know, I always have a problem. Secret Service is in love with my walking along, checking the sidewalk, the new sidewalk, to see whether or not they pointed it correctly. But they do. We have great contractors doing the job. But we'll spend a very tiny amount of money, and it'll be better than it ever was when it was built in 1922. It's very exciting, actually. To me, I love construction. It's very exciting. And we do many things. We did 28 or 29 fountains. I made a contribution to redoing Lafayette Park. That's the entrance to the White House. And it was an embarrassment. The floors were broken. They had bricks. Some of the bricks were missing. You know where they're missing? They took them out to throw at people. We're going with them. It's going to be a world-class park. It'll be open pretty soon. They're doing a lot of work over there. That was a contribution that I made with some other people. And it's going to be really beautiful. That was really the front door to the White House, but you couldn't even use it. It was so terrible. People would come to the White House, and it was so terrible. So with that, I'm going to ask Pete to talk about some of our great success.
Yes, sir.
Including Venezuela, you might talk.
Absolutely, sir. I think actually your efforts on the reflecting pool are actually a great segue. If you look at Washington and Lincoln, these are two men that faced monumental tasks and stood up in historic fashion and delivered for the American people. And when you step back and look at 47 years of what Iran waged war against us and our people, there's only one man over the course of both presidency who has stood up and said they will never get a nuclear weapon, as Marco said. So whether it was Qasem Soleimani, whether it was scrapping the Obama deal that was going to give them a weapon, whether it was the 12-day war or Operation Midnight Hammer, you created the conditions to ensure the American people and the world are safeguarded from this generational threat. And so when you authorized Operation Epic Fury, just like you talked about with the reflecting pool, we didn't do the same old thing the way we'd done it in the past after Iraq and Afghanistan, the way we waged wars. Instead, you said, we're going to do this smart, we're going to do it overwhelming, we're going to use maximum lethality, and we're going to bring them to their knees. And so whether it's their Navy that's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, their Air Force, their air defenses, or their defense industrial base, they may have missiles, but they can't build more right now. And they can't build more drones right now. And they can't build more ships. And so they came and cried uncle to talk, which Steve and Jared and the vice president and others are doing so ably. And during that time, we put in a world-class blockade. And they haven't been able to bring anything in or anything out from Iranian ports. And we know from the intel that their economy is hurting big time because that is their lifeblood. And again, bringing them to the table. So whether it is through the efforts of your negotiators that they ensure that they never have a nuclear weapon, or we have to go back to the War Department to finish the job that way, we're prepared to do that. And I think even our reach on the dark fleet of Iranian tankers, no Iranian tanker around the globe is safe. And we've seen seizures all around the globe, again, choking off their economic lifeblood. But all of this is possible, Mr. President, thanks to the investments that you've made in this department, firing on all cylinders. For the second year in a row, We're at historic recruitment rates. Last year we said that here. This year we beat it even faster. The American people are excited about what you're bringing to our department. Our defense industrial base, $50 billion in private investments. Because of the meetings you've held, defense manufacturers are investing in new plants and new manufacturing, new production lines, so that we're getting weapons faster than ever. And then the $1.5 trillion that you've committed to the department going forward, that's 1 million American jobs. 1 million American manufacturing jobs. That's Golden Dome for America. That's F-47. That's B-21. That's $50 billion in drones. We're going to lead the world in drones, shaving years off of production of all of those, everything under budget and ahead of schedule, which is what the warfighter deserves. And we saw it. You mentioned Venezuela, Mr. President. You saw it on display there. Think of the fact that our Southcom commander just landed via helicopter at our embassy peacefully at the welcome of the Venezuelans, because we're now partnering with them, hopefully, even on the counter-cartel mission as we secure our hemisphere. So we've secured that southwest border. We're going to war with the cartels through the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition. Venezuela is a big part of securing our energy future and defending the homeland. And then I just want to note one more thing to give you a sense of how committed this president is. Maybe a year ago, he heard the call of Nigerian Christians who were being targeted and killed by ISIS in Nigeria. And he said, Pete, I want the War Department to focus on ensuring that we do everything we can to protect those Christians. Partnerships like that can take time behind the scenes, but he never wavered on it. And we got the assets there, and over the last month, and there hasn't been much coverage of this, we killed ISIS #2 in Nigeria, who's most responsible for killing Christians and trying to target the U.S. homeland, and have since, because of the intel we gathered, killed hundreds of ISIS members who were targeting and killing Christians in Nigeria, creating a whole new opportunity there. So there's a lot of things we do that the media pays attention to, and a lot of things that the president empowers the department to do on behalf of the American people that he deserves great credit for.
Thank you.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth speaking in this cabinet meeting. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are covering breaking news this afternoon. We will get you back to that Trump cabinet meeting in a few minutes, but we want to get you up to date because of a major development in the Anna Kepner murder case. She's the Titusville teen who was found dead on board a cruise ship last November. Today in court, her stepbrother, the main suspect in Kepner's murder, appeared for a hearing and has now been released to his family yet again. Joining us live now to talk about these latest developments, we've got Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who is live inside the federal courtroom today in Miami. Esther, kind of walk us through here what happened inside that federal courtroom.
Garrett, so this hearing started around 10 and it didn't wrap up until around noon. It actually took quite some time to get through. And the reason we were here is because the government was arguing this suspect needs to be behind bars until trial. We are talking about some of the most heinous crimes. He is being charged with the alleged rape and murder of his stepsister while on a family vacation. The government tried to make the argument he is a flight risk, knowing that he could face life behind bars, life in prison. He could try to get out of the area, flee town, just run away. Also that he poses a danger and a threat to the rest of society. Now, a judge heard that argument and even told the government this was a convincing case, but did not decide to detain him immediately. So as you said, this 16-year-old suspect, really the only suspect in this alleged cruise ship murder of Anna Kepner, walked out free with his family, not in any cuffs. So what a judge is wanting to see happen is he wants a list of all the places where he could stay closer to his family in Hernando County. He didn't feel at this time it was right to keep him housed here in South Florida in the Miami location. So he's asking for a marshal to go and make a list of places he could stay that would be safe, that he would have the needed resources that would be closer to Hernando County. That is why he was released. But the judge also said, I don't agree with the government's argument that he is any kind of flight risk. Keep in mind, he's been out, walking free just with a GPS monitor on himself since February. That was when these charges first came down. He was released to stay with another family member. So he's been out going to school, going to work, being with family since those charges first came down. And so a judge said, I don't really see the argument that he is a flight risk. He showed up here. He was in court. He sat through the entire hearing with his father and some other family also there. But he did attend and he did not try to flee. So he isn't so sure he is a flight risk. And we're still waiting to see if a judge will make the final call that he is a danger based on some of the facts that the government made in their case going forward. But we do want to get some video up on your screen because we were there when he walked out, not in cuffs, with his family, with his public defender team. And we're trying to understand what happened on that cruise ship. Take a listen. We tried to ask him some questions, but didn't get far. Timothy, do you have anything you want to say? Did you kill Anna in that cruise ship? What happened in that cabin? Was it hard to hear the details? Timothy, is there anything you want to get out there? Are you being wrongly accused? Did you not kill Anna? Anything the family wants to say? Anything that you want to say? He's got nothing to say. He's back off. Do you have any comment you want to say defending him?
There's nothing that we can say right now. The case is still pending, but he's got nothing to say.
How do you feel that he's being able to go back to his family?
We're not making any further.
The judge ruled in
We're
your
not
favor.
making any further comment.
Is he being wrongly tried?
What that further comment is not getting through. Okay, we're done. Thank you.
So, Garrett, you can see tight-lipped from his public defense team, as well as his family, as well as him. He had nothing to say about this case and what allegedly happened on that cruise ship. Now, we did get some new details that we didn't know about what was going on in that cabin. They were pouring through surveillance footage, and we never knew this, but allegedly there is surveillance footage of this suspect the following day. Again, this happened in the late to overnight hours. The following day, he is on surveillance footage walking around this cruise ship and eventually throwing Anna's cell phone into a garbage can. So that is all on surveillance that the government said when this is eventually tried, the jury will see that. But I do want to point out that his defense ultimately says all the government has right now is a theory, but there are gaps in their case. And one point of note is in a massive transcript that was just released, 145 pages of people documenting all of the teams that have been part of this case. A question was asked, is there any DNA, any fingerprints on Anna from when she was allegedly strangled to death? And there is no DNA of the suspect that we're being told that the government has even testified of who actually strangled Anna. So his defense is ultimately saying these two teens could have had sex, and they did find his semen in Anna, but they're saying there are gaps in the government's case because important details like that, like why is there no DNA evidence that he was the one that choked her and ultimately killed her? So we are preparing to go to trial. September, Garrett, is when this is allegedly happening. We are still waiting for this judge to make a final ruling after he receives a list, like we said, from the marshal's office on where they could keep him closer to home. He really thinks for his mental well-being, his age, he needs to be housed closer to family, not housed here in South Florida. So we will be tracking that closely, but still proceeding to trial, and still, as we speak, the suspect walking free.
And Esther, it is interesting that that this suspect is released. I know you've talked to a number of legal analysts and experts in the months that you've been covering this. Is that simply because he's a teenager? I mean, you would not see similar circumstances similar accusations against another suspect who is an adult. It would be very unlikely that they would be out of jail ahead of this trial. So what are you hearing from the experts and the analysts that you've been talked to about that? Is it simply because he's a 16-year-old, even though he's being tried as an adult here?
Everyone we talked to, and I even just spoke with some of those sources a few moments ago, they're just saying this is absolutely crazy. They really feel like they've never been part of a case with these circumstances. And even the government brought that up. They said, look, I was doing this 20 years before I moved into these federal cases. If this was a juvenile facing, again, alleged attempted rape and murder, or actually not attempted, alleged rape and murder, if this was a child facing those crimes and was being tried by the state of Florida instead of the federal government, even under the state policies, they would be held behind bars until trial. And I think what makes this case so unique is you rarely see the FBI courts getting involved with kids. Quite frankly, they're not a fan of prosecuting children. So there just isn't much to go off of for us to have a juvenile, a 16-year-old facing adult charges being tried in the federal court. Just not a lot to go off of. They're trying to pull case law from other cases that they have seen tried, but all the experts that we've spoken with say it is absolutely mind-boggling that someone facing these charges, two of the worst charges that you can face, where you can again face life in prison, to just be walking free. But a judge, like I said, hey, you made a great argument, but I want to make sure we're going to follow this through. We're going to follow all the statutes perfectly. And that's why at this point, he just didn't feel comfortable locking him up.
So last thing here, Esther, what's next in this? I know you said that right now we're still on a path to go to trial here. There are some other things that have to happen more immediately. So what's next in this?
So we're really going to wait to see. A judge said he just didn't feel comfortable making an ultimate filing right now. So what he's asked the Marshal's Service to do is to go look at Hernando County and the specific areas there. Where can they safely house this juvenile who is facing these charges but can be housed closer to home, whether that's a county jail. There was talk about possibly some kind of foster home, but they need the Marshal Service to find a place closer to home, because the options that were put on the table today were all for right here, Miami and South Florida. So we're waiting for that final hearing. And then, Garrett, we have 145 pages of a transcript that we are weeding through right now, breaking down what the FBI found, what the suspects have said, what people on that cruise ship have said, all the evidence the government has building this case. So as soon as we hop off here, we're going to start reading that. This was an unsealed transcript that just happened. Like we said, 150 pages almost. So reading through that, I'm sure we'll see additional hearing dates, some pretrial hearings. But like you said, as of right now, heading to trial, and September is the time frame that we have right now.
Fox 35's Esther Bauer joining us live from Miami. We appreciate you giving us the very latest from Miami and outside that federal courthouse this afternoon.
We'll keep you posted.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's get you back live to this cabinet meeting President Trump holding at the White House. Let's listen in.
That number shortly after that whole excursion ends.
Does that give you more urgency?
But regardless of anything, as Marco said better than anybody can say it, you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it instantly. They wouldn't think about it. They would use it instantly. I've gotten to know them. They would use it instantly.
Does that give you more urgency, Mr. President? You've said that you're in no rush to make a deal, but with gas prices that are still high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you, the primary urgency, I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil, gas, coal. We have tremendous amounts of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices that we had even before we did this. Now, I knew there'd be an increase. I said, we have a choice. We don't have to do anything in 2 years or 1 year or 2 months, because Iran would have had if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date, because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal, as we call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear weapon a long time ago. I would say it was a guarantee that it would have been used, and it would have blown up Israel. It would have blown up the entire Middle East. And that's never going to happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. President,
on the shooting
on
last
Iran,
weekend.
would you be comfortable with Russia or China taking their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and have they offered to do
No, I wouldn't be comfortable.
Mr. President, is the U.S.
That would
considering,
not make me comfortable.
is the U.S. considering easing sanctions on Iran to allow Iran to sell its crude to market?
No, we're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing. We have control of money that they claim is theirs. We'll keep control of that money. And when they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But right now, we're not doing that, and it's not, one thing is not contingent on the other.
Mr. President, on the shooting last weekend, it came barely a month after the third assassination attempt against you during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What was your reaction when you first heard about the latest shooting, and what gives you the courage to really keep doing your job effectively without thinking about these threats every day?
Well, I can't think about it, because if I thought about it a lot, you know, I wouldn't be a very good president. I wouldn't be here, probably. I'd be up in some room with a locked door and say, just leave me alone. So I can't really think about it. It's just something that, it's a sad part of life. It's a dangerous business. What I'm doing is a dangerous business. And they say, and look, we have been maybe the most consequential, but we certainly have been one of the most consequential. This group has been a very consequential administration. And they say if you're not consequential, you don't have so much problem. If you are consequential, you do. So you have to look at that. But it's a shame. It's a very sad fact of life. Look, anybody in office, not only in this country, in other countries too, but when you are a consequential president, your life is in grave danger. I knew that. Yeah.
Mr. President, how would you characterize the current state of the talks with Iran? I guess if it were a football field, what yard line would you be on?
Well, I think we're doing very well. I think they're starting to give us the things that they have to give us. And if they do, that's great. And if they won't, then the man on my left is going to finish them off.
Is there a time frame in your mind?
What?
Is there a time frame in your mind for?
I mean, it happens quickly. The problem is every time I mention a time frame, for instance, I see, you know, we've been doing this for a few months. Vietnam lasted 19 years. Korea lasted 8 years. Afghanistan lasted many years. They were all many, many years, and we're into it for a few months. And I read about you people like you. What's taking so long? But we're in it. You know, we lost between two wars, two big wars, Venezuela and Iran. We lost 13 souls, 13 great people. Met the parents, great people. And it's a terrible thing, but 13. If you look at the war casualties and the deaths in wars from Vietnam and all that, they lost hundreds of thousands of people in numerous of these wars. We're very cognizant of that. We want to lose very few. We want very few to be injured. We're very careful. But war is war. War is dangerous, but we've lost 13. I saw the Democrats took an ad putting in the 13 people that were lost. And when you look at hundreds of thousands of people that were lost in the Middle East, Iraq, all the different wars we were in, we have done an amazing job. With that being said, I hate to lose 13. I hate to lose one, but we've been very capable. I mean, when you think of it, we took over Venezuela in one day. We have done a similar job, but we said, well, give them a little chance at the request of somebody that we greatly respect from Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. They've been great. They asked us, would we pause the war for a little while because they'd like to do so. We'll do that. But we had them beat. They're, you know, no better now. We could close that out very quickly. If we can do it in a different way, that'd be good. If we get everything we want, but we could close that out very, very quickly, and we may have to. I don't think so, but we may have to.
Ask about the World Cup, if I could. The U.S. spent a lot of money getting the World Cup here and increasing the infrastructure. Does the economic benefit outweigh the cost?
No, the World Cup is great. It's the most successful they've ever had, ticket-wise. They've never had anything that sold so quickly. It's amazing because it's the United States.
What
you don't think of
benefits?
I call it soccer. You know, it's just easier to do because we have football and they have two footballs, right? They call it football. But most people never thought they'd see anything like that. The World Cup, it's turned out to be the most successful World Cup from the standpoint of what's happening than they've ever had. Yeah, please.
Thank you so so much. Rowena Ortiz with Turning Point USA. I have one question for you and one question for Vice President J.D. Vance on fraud. What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall? And
About ICE?
Yes.
Or about NICE, as I call it, NICE. The NICE facility. I'd love to change the name, call it NICE. They do a great job, and it's all paid for protesters. You know, you can see by the signs. The signs are all made by the same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake. They're all paid for. And I will tell you, Tom Holman and that whole group, and now Mark Wayne is so incredible. Mark Wayne, do you want to just respond to that? Sure. We run the finest facilities anywhere in the world of their type. But we have some horrible killers. We have killers. We have guys that have murdered numerous people in there. And these are the people they're trying to protect. There's nobody that runs a facility like we do. Mark Wayne, please.
Yeah, it shows this radical left Democrats' priorities when they decide to go out and protest a detention center where we're housing rapists, child predators, murderers, drug dealers, and they choose Memorial Day of all the time to go protest something that they say that they're that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn. We're giving them sanitation. But for the Democrats and the governor, like Governor Sherrill and Senator Kim and Senator Booker, to go out and do something like this of all the days is very frustrating. And we see Antifa signs are literally out there. The local police literally refusing to respond. They barricade it, not allowing our employees to come in and out. ICE has to go out there, remove the barricade, and then you have one of the senators complain because he got splattered with a pepper ball. I'm sorry, you probably shouldn't have been there.
You know, one thing I'll say about that, the local police, I know a lot of the New Jersey police, they're phenomenal. They love us. But they're told not to do anything.
That's right.
They love us. They love him. They even love me a lot. And I'm in New Jersey a lot. It's great. I mean, I think it's a great place. It's got a group of people running it now that are having a hard time. But they really like this administration. They love this administration more than any administration they've ever had. And they're thanking me all the time. And, you know, I see those guys going up and down the Jersey Turnpike with their big, beautiful hats on. I say, I'd like to look like that someday. You know, they're great. No, these are great people, and they love him, and they love ICE, and they love the Border Patrol, and they're not allowed to talk to anybody. It's like, but it all comes from the top. They have to follow orders. They want to keep their jobs.
Mr. President, are you expecting Congress to pass a federal gas tax holiday?
A gas tax holiday?
Yeah, to suspend the federal
Well,
gas
it's something we might talk about. Let's see what happens over the next week, 2 weeks. A lot of good things are happening.
President Trump, the Knicks game next week?
No, I was invited to I was going to go on Wednesday, but they closed it out very quickly. They're great. And Jim Dolan's a great guy. He's, as you know, owns and in charge of Madison Square Garden. He's having a good year. Boy, what a team. They win all their games. They have some great players. I think I'll be going to one of the games. Yeah, I was invited by numerous people and Jim, and I think I'll be going. It's great to see it.
President Trump, on election fraud, President Trump.
The Knicks have really suffered for years. They're doing right now.
President Trump,
Would you accept an agreement with Iran that just calls for further talks on the uranium, or
No.
is the only option in
No,
your
the
mind
basics.
one
No,
for?
I would for some of it, because it's a memorandum of understanding for speed. And one of the things that will happen is the strait will open immediately. But it's got to be perfect. I'm not going to do this. I didn't do this to get a crummy agreement. The worst agreement ever signed was by Barack Hussein Obama. What a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country, for the whole world. The Middle East would have blown itself up. No, I would like to have the countries we were talking about, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others, we would like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think, because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth? If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries, and it's turned out to be so good, so effective, and so we're requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar and Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining the
I don't
accords.
know. I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you, what's contingent, what's not. I can say that we can make a good deal right now, but maybe not a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not making it. So, because we can make a great deal with this guy right here. And but it's it's a lot nastier. Probably wouldn't go as quickly. We wouldn't be talking about it as quickly, but it would be foolproof. But I think we're doing very well, Steve. I think we're doing pretty well in terms of the negotiation, but we'll see. If it's not going to be a real deal, because Obama had that horrible JCPOA, whatever it was the worst deal. It was a path for Iran to have a nuclear weapon very quickly. Years ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon. We might not be here talking about it right now. They would have had a nuclear weapon. And frankly, Obama picked the wrong country. He should have picked another country. I won't tell you what it was. But he picked the wrong country when he picked Iran. But we have things understood now with Iran. It's been nasty. They've lost their leaders. They've lost. And it really is regime change. We didn't set out for regime change. But by the fact that we're dealing with a totally different group of people than we were at the beginning. And frankly, I find them to be much more reasonable. I actually find them to be smarter, but I find them to be much more reasonable. This is regime change. One regime is gone, another regime is gone, we're dealing with the third. Pieces of it, because some of them are gone too. And I find them, I think, how can you have a stronger regime change than that, So I do find that. I'd like to thank you all very much. We're doing great. Our country is doing fantastically well, and this group of people is outstanding. Thank you all very much.
At the cabinet meeting coming to an end, President Trump taking questions from reporters on a number of topics. A lot of questions about where things stand with Iran as negotiations continue there. You see, joined by many members of his administration. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We talked about Governor Ron DeSantis, his news conference earlier today in Tampa, where he unveiled his proposal for property tax relief here in the state of Florida, something that he has called lawmakers into a special session to consider and discuss and debate next week. We're going to talk more about that in about 45 minutes when State Representative Toby Overdorf, Republican from Palm City, joins us live to give his reaction to the proposal and what the House might do next with that. We spoke earlier with Democrat State Representative Anna Eskamani from Orlando, who joined us to give her reaction on that. Governor DeSantis also took questions at that news conference earlier today, covering a wide range of topics. I want to play that for you now as the governor answered questions about the property tax proposal, about the Rays Stadium deal, and other things as well.
Yeah, Governor, on this plan, regarding the trust fund for local government, is that something that you want the legislature to fill in the details? I mean, could it be only fiscally constrained counties? For how much could they possibly?
It'll be something, so once it passes after the November election, so it'll be the new legislature and me doing this and setting out both the schedule for the raising of the homestead, but also for this fund for the local governments. It would not be limited, in my judgment. It would not. It's certainly on the face of it, it's not limited to fiscally constrained. Fiscally constrained is a small amount of money. I mean, if you do $250, $300 million, you could fill every single penny for fiscally constrained. And I'm not even. And look, I put that in my budget. I knew it was more symbolic because I knew we didn't need it right now, but I did that, and I'm happy to do. But even if you did, you'd be able to do it. Now, when you start talking about the rest of the state, you know, I'm supportive of education. So we will do education, 100%. Now, we may not do it in really wealthy areas, you know, like a Palm Beach, which, you know, they've got a lot of resources. I mean, I run into someone that's moved from New York every other day that buys these very expensive homes. Well, you know, you have an opportunity, I think, as a county to utilize that in a way that's giving your residents, particularly your middle-class residents, a historic sense of relief. But I do anticipate using that to support education, which we've done a lot from the state level anyways. This would obviously be over and above that, which I think is great. And I think it's something that I'm supportive of. And then it could be also for some of the law enforcement as need be. Look, we've got our rainy day funds now maxed out. The legislature actually voted to put something on the ballot last year. Even though we have a maxed out rainy day fund, they wanted to do like another like fund to just sit there, which, you know, I disagreed with. I don't think it's going to pass the voters, but they've already agreed to earmark billions and billions of dollars a year that would not be spent by the state and would just be parked. Rather than park it, I'd rather use that to be able to get this done and to be able to help with these. And now, look, we're going to have some people, and a lot of my friends, you know, they're going to say, who cares? Just eliminate, they'll figure it out, all this other stuff. But I think that's about 50%, right? That argument will get 50%. You need 60% to be able to do. Now, you're going to have 25%, 20% that probably just aren't going to like it. That's just, it's a diverse state. It's fine. People have different opinions. But I think you're going to have a lot of voters who say, okay, they want this. They think it'll be good. They just want to make sure that it's doable. So the fact that we're doing the phase in, the fact that we have this fund, the fact that we're limiting the remaining property tax to the core services, I think it answers those concerns in a really, really thoughtful way. And again, if it's just me snapping my fingers, maybe you could do something a little bit different. But you got to get it through the legislature, and you got to get it approved by the voters in the state of Florida. And that's something that I'm pretty sure this will answer the bell on both of those. I mean, look, I'm not a guy that really obsesses over polling, but I can tell you if this is presented as it will be on the ballot, it pops pretty good.
I want to ask about the Rays. You saw this week that Tampa City Council was at best lukewarm on it. The deal may not float as presented. You also have less money in the state budget from $150 million to $50 million. I just want to ask, A, how much are you personally involving yourself in this? And then B, is this deal on thin ice right now?
I'm not involved in what the counties and the cities are doing with the raise. I mean, obviously, that's their responsibility to work out an agreement if they can. I think it's in the interest of the community to work out an agreement. I think it's in the interest of Tampa Bay to have the raise remain in Tampa Bay. First of all, I mean, even though they had a couple rough games against Baltimore, they still have one of the best records in baseball. They've produced very well given the constraints on the franchise, and I just think it's a good asset. Football does well in Tampa Bay. Hockey does well in Tampa Bay. With the right formula, baseball would do well. So our role has been not necessarily to say, oh, you know, we have state money for a stadium or this or that, because that's just not something we've done since I've been governor. You know, they have the soccer stadium down there with Messi, great facility. You know, we weren't involved. Marlins, we weren't involved. Ray J, all these things over the years. That's not something the state's been involved. They have done some stuff before I was governor on spring training. When that was in the budget in years past, I vetoed that just simply because I can't, like, I'm going to give you here or there. So we've not done that. But what we have done, we did it with the soccer. We'll do it with the Rays, is help with the surrounding infrastructure. For one reason, we have a state college that's on that site. And they have an opportunity, and I think the money will be fine. If the deal happens, HCC will get more money because they need money because the campus has problems. And rather than try to refurbish the current footprint, I'd rather do something special and make it something that's really significant, that obviously will have a good working relationship with the ball club and all the surrounding entertainment and lodging that's created there. I think that'll be very compelling. So we want to help HCC. This was something that the board and the president thinks is in their interest. I did too, but I was like, look, if you guys tell me this isn't good, then tell me that. And they said, no, this is going to be good. The other thing is the surrounding roads and all the things that would go into something of that magnitude. That's always been something that we've done. That's something we've done, again, with the soccer. It's something we've done in other places. I think it could be a great area, but we want to make sure there's ingress and egress. FDOT already tells me they can do the overpass where you can walk across from Raymond James over there, and that I think there's going to be 2 of those. So there's a possible, really something, you know, meaningful. But if you look at that site, and from a local perspective, it's not driving really economic activity. I mean, it's primarily parking lots and then some of the buildings there. This would be something that would be significantly bigger than the Battery in Atlanta, which has been very successful for how they're doing it. So I think the vision, just from an economic development perspective, makes sense. And then look, I just, you know, as governor, I don't want to lose a baseball franchise. I don't think that'd be good for the state. And I know maybe they could do Orlando. Orlando definitely wants it. But I also just think, and look, I'm a native of this area. And so I do have a little bit of biases, but I think take that out. This area is one of the best areas in the country for baseball. If you look at the history, you had Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig would come here for spring training. You've produced some of the great baseball players, from Wade Boggs to Fred McGriff, all these guys that really have been amazing. Great youth sports, great Little League, great high school teams. All this stuff that's happened over so many years, don't tell me that you can't do well in baseball in this area. You have shown that you can do it, so I don't think there's any question about it. So, but yes, I don't know the Tampa City Council, kind of what their views are on it, and I've been agnostic on, oh, this county should do this or this county should do this on any of these deals from the time I've been involved in any of this stuff, just because I think it's ultimately, those are negotiations that they have to make. But I also will just say, I've looked at the modern history of these stadiums, and I think the only one that wasn't a public-private partnership in like the last 30 years is San Francisco, Oracle. And there were some unique circumstances of that. Obviously, it's a very, very wealthy part of the country, but and it's actually a phenomenal ballpark. I mean, one of my top 5 favorites. Very good ballpark. But all the rest, you know, are some form of public-private partnership. And what I've looked at over this is what percentage is private versus public. And I think this proposal has a higher percentage of private for doing this than most of the other ones that have been done throughout. I mean, some of the ones in Tampa Bay, for example, were basically just paid for entirely public, or certainly mostly public. So I think in that sense, just looking at the landscape as it is, that's just the reality that we're dealing with. So what I think is, we're happy to help with the HCC site. We've done a lot. We can do more on the infrastructure. I think it'll be good for HCC. I think it'll ultimately be good for Florida. And I do think it will be very good for the city of Tampa, the county of Hillsborough, but also the overall region. And, even some of these Pinellas guys, like I grew up in Dunedin, it'd be easier to get to the Dale Mabry site than it probably would be from my house where I grew up down to St. Pete. That's just the reality. I think you have a chance to draw more people there, and I think that's kind of what went into the analysis of it. And so I do think it would be good. Maybe if they don't want to do it, I know Orlando's ready, willing, and able, but I also think you have Raleigh, Durham, Nashville. I'd hate to see, and those are great cities, but I'd hate to see us fumble a team and have it end up in some of those other areas. And I've talked about the economics of it. I think when you start talking about having retail and then hotels and restaurants and bars and all that area, that transforms that area. Right now, I remember someone said, like, well, what would be the value of this property? Honestly, I don't think it's very valuable under current use at all. No one's going to build a housing development there. No one's going to do, like, office space there. What would you do there unless you had this type of mixed-use vision? That's really the only thing I think that would bring it to life and ultimately produce a lot of and it's not just all about producing revenue for the local government, but I do think it would produce jobs. So all that's important. But then I just think about, we didn't have a team when I was a kid growing up. Now, we did have spring training, which was really, really neat. Fortunately, we had WTBS, so I watched the Braves as a kid. A lot of people did, not just in the Southeast either, throughout the country. And we actually, you lost Bobby Cox recently, Ted Turner, and then Bob Horner, who was the third baseman in the 80s. He was unbelievable. And so those are just memories you have as a kid. But, we didn't have a team to necessarily go. So I think there's a cultural component. I've seen how with the Lightning's rise, I run into these families where the kids are going to hockey practice. We didn't have hockey growing up here when I was a kid. It just wasn't something that was done. Now it's created interest, and kids are out there doing it, and they have leagues and stuff. And I think having that, a good, viable franchise, I think is good for the culture of the community, but particularly for the youth. And I really hope that, and I've talked to a lot of people about this, I hope we can kind of get back to just doing normal Little League. I don't think you should have to pay $20,000 a year for travel ball for some kid that's 11 years old or 12 years old. Look, if your kid's going to be Mickey Mantle, he grew up in some farm in Oklahoma. He wasn't doing travel ball. So it's just, it's gotten to the point, private equity's involved, all this other stuff. I don't know. I just don't get, why it's gone that way. I think there's value in kind of how it used to be, but I do think that would be another component. But having this be something that families can enjoy and young kids can enjoy, I think really would be meaningful. So this $50 million that was in the budget, I don't think they were ever talking about $150 in the budget for now. I think maybe over time you would do more to spruce up the campus, because I think it could be something meaningful. And I'm happy to support it. Now, if somehow they reject the deal and they say they don't want to do a stadium on that site, well, then obviously, I would reevaluate how we would handle our approach at that point. But I still think that they're kind of doing. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of disagreement. It seems like it's pretty close relative to the overall thing with everything that's going on. But I'll let them do their thing and make the decisions that they think that they want to do going forward. But I do think it'd be good for Florida to have that franchise remain here. I think this is probably the best formula I've seen for that Dale Mabry site. Again, we're supportive of helping with the surroundings, because I think it's good in the best interest of the state to do it. And we actually have some state agencies, our Department of Juvenile Justice facility, they've been trying to get out of there for a long time. They were already scheduled to leave, having nothing to do with this. And then Florida Department of Law Enforcement has a building there. They've wanted to get out for a long time too. We didn't necessarily have it planned, but now that if this project comes to fruition, FDLE will be thankful that they're able to relocate to a different part of Tampa.
Yesterday, Citrus County commissioners, one of them, first of all, they put a moratorium on AI data centers, was a big concern about a site like the stakeholder. One of the commissioners called for something of a public service commission to kind of govern these AI data centers that would be statewide. They're basically saying this is too big of an issue for them to take on locally. Is something like that something you'd support?
Well, that's their job, to be able to look out for their citizens' interest. I mean, seriously. So look, who's the only state that's taken action on this to protect the ratepayers? We in Florida are the only ones. So this has been something I've been talking about. You know, now it's getting more play. I was talking about this a year ago, and not just on the data centers, but on what direction is AI going. And some of the people that are pushing it, I think, have transhumanist impulses that ultimately is not the way you want technology to interact in society. You want technology to enhance the experience for us as human beings, not to supplant it, not to overtake control, not to have, quote, a mind of their own, not to do things that are going to corrupt the youth. So there's all these different, while there's certainly some benefits from AI, maybe some very, very serious, significant, maybe even path-breaking benefits, there's definitely huge downside. And how we deal with this as a society, and if we're able to create a framework to channel that in the most productive ways possible by eliminating or minimizing the downside risk of this, that's going to be much better off. Now, obviously the downsides, these companies can still make money, right? The more kids that get addicted to what they're doing, the chat bots and all this other stuff, they can harvest the data, sell advertising, and do all these other things. So it creates a whole host of issues. But with the data centers, they take up as much power as a city of 500,000 people, and some of them more. Meta is building one in Louisiana that's bigger than Manhattan in terms of its physical footprint. So if you have 500,000 or even more added to the existing grid, that's a double or tripling of supply maybe for a local community or demand. Unless you double or triple the supply, guess what's going to happen? It's going to be more expensive for people. So we passed legislation, at my, prodding, and it wasn't easy to do, because even though they'll go to the White House and say, we pledge not to put this put the cost onto consumers, we're signing a pledge. Behind the scenes, they were fighting this bill, right? It just was what it was. So I signed the legislation saying you can't do any costs onto ratepayers associated with a hyperscale data center. Now, we don't have any hyperscale data centers in Florida. Sometimes these things get pushed around. There's companies that have had kind of data centers. This hyperscale is really a newer thing over the last couple years, where they're building just these massive, massive footprints. So we're the only state that has those protections in law, so that you're not going to have a data center come and then your rates go up. And the reality is they'll say, oh, no, they produce their own. They don't produce their own. Maybe someday they will, but they're not producing their own, certainly in whole, but even in part. And they try to do some of these other things, but I just don't think the technology's there. So they're going to have to go into the grid. It's not a standalone thing. The other thing I think that's been concerning is, you'll hear people now talk about, oh, these data centers can be like a renaissance, industrial renaissance if you do it. And but I just find it interesting. They're not really proposing these in hollowed out industrial areas. They're proposing them in like farmland and ranch land and places that are kind of our spaces. And so there is kind of like a land grab component to it that I think a lot of people have been concerned about, especially in Florida. I mean, we have a very sensitive ecosystem. We've worked really, really hard at Everglades restoration, what we did with the Caloosahatchee Reservoir and stopping the discharges and all the algae that was going in there. We had to put real money behind that, raising the Tamiami Trail, doing things for Florida springs. You go up north of here, we have some of the best springs in the world right here in our own backyard, and we're really proud of that. And then we've also done a lot to conserve farmland through our Rural and Family Lands program. Hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland is put into conservation where it can be used for agriculture but not for development. We also created the Florida Wildlife Corridor, massive, massive expansion of the lands that will be set aside against development and not be allowed to be developed, and that spans the entire spine of the state. So I do think that issue is something that people are concerned about. And then I just think the broader thing is, and look, if you're running one of these companies, why would you go out and say half the people are going to lose their jobs? I mean, even if that's true, it's like, you wonder why people don't like you? You wonder why AI is unpopular? Oh, yeah, everyone's just going to get a universal basic income. We're going to put you all on because there's not going to be jobs for people. You can understand why people don't think that's a very appetizing future. When you see what happens with these chatbots, with these young kids, people find out, a lot of people don't know, but the more they find out, well, wait a minute, a chatbot goaded a teenager into committing suicide? How outrageous is this, that this is happening in our country? So you have all these different things, and I think the data center has become symbolic of a future that a lot of people don't find appealing. They don't want to, I mean, I know some people are fine to just, take a UBI, but I think most people have aspirations to actually have a job, have a business, do things that are doing it. So I just find it odd because most technology throughout history, it creates disruption, but a lot of times it opens up new opportunities. So there are jobs that are done today that didn't exist 30 years ago in our economy, partially because of technology, and it's done that. But I just find it, kind of troubling that they would not be making that argument. They're basically just saying, oh yeah, forget it, chronically high unemployment, no future. And that's why these people that go to these college commencements, they start talking about AI and the students boo them. And I just find that very interesting because if that was something that they thought was really opening new horizons for them, yeah, they would be cheering, and instead they're booing. And I think it's because of the messaging is saying, hey, get ready to be replaced. We're coming for you. It's not saying you can't develop things that are going to benefit society or humanity. But I do think it allows us to minimize the downside risk and to make sure that ultimately it's the human being that's at the center of our society, not a computer, not a machine. They can be accoutrements. They can be supplements to the human experience, but if it goes beyond that, then I think we're in really dangerous water.
Governor, on the budget, the Senate had a provision there to provide security for you and your family for a year after leaving the Capitol in January. The House didn't include that. It's not in the budget. Any thoughts about that?
Well, look, it wasn't something I asked for. It's something that I think is the judgment of FDLE, just given the amount of threats that they take about this. It's Florida has occupied a pretty unique space in the country over the last decade, particularly since COVID. I've been the face of that. And while that's been great in many respects, obviously I got reelected really big, all this other stuff, you do have kind of a nasty undercurrent out there that it's not just me, there's a lot of elected officials. But I could just tell you, for me personally, what I have now is the day I walked out of the hotel room on election night 2018, I had security. And I've had security since then. Post-governorship, that would not be something where I would do round the clock. I don't think that would be necessary. But I think that they believe that if I'm doing certain types of functions, if I'm speaking, if I'm doing that having folks there to be able to assist would be justified based on the types of threats that they get. But, the legislature's got to do, what they got to do, and they can make those judgments accordingly. But, we've seen, we're in an era of some pretty disturbing political violence, and it's kind of going in one direction by and large, unfortunately. So that just is what it is. And so I think that there's concern from the agency about, what that looks like going forward. But, the legislature's got to do what they got to do.
To the Raul Castro indictment, and should the U.S. take more action against Cuba?
The indictment of Raul Castro is justified. I think it's long overdue, but it was the right thing to do, and I hope he's brought to justice very swiftly. And it's something that would be a good day if that happened. But I also understand, he's an aging tyrant. Ultimately, he's done his damage. And so the question is, what is going to happen to the people of Cuba? And if communism ends and they have self-government there where people have freedom to make the most of their own lives, I think the island would do very, very well. I think it would do very well. When you have a repressive communist dictatorship, I don't care how talented you are. I don't care. You are not going to be able to realize your God-given potential. The only thing you can do to advance yourself is join the Communist Party and become part of the regime. That's the only way. They live like kings, and everybody else, you think, I mean, look, I've not been in Cuba proper. I've been in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, not as a detainee, as a military officer. Just want to make that clear. You never know what the news will do on that. So I've seen just the base, and it's kind of like the movie A Few Good Men. Tom Cruise walks out there, and Jack Nicholson, Colonel Jessup, is sitting there, smoking a cigar. But it's just like this breathtaking backdrop, because it's like the commander, the CO's house is right on the water, and that is true in Gitmo. So I've been to kind of what that house was supposed to represent and actually seen that, and this amazing coastline for people that like fishing and boating and snorkeling, all that stuff. I mean, just amazing. So if they had a free country, you would see the island really, really boom. And they've been repressed for decades. I look forward to there being a new day. Now, ultimately, as I've said, I mean, look, I was willing to send internet there back in 21 when Biden abandoned the protesters. We were going to send a hot air balloon over because they shut off the internet. You would have got internet through hot air balloon. But the vendor was worried that the federal government under Biden was going to take their business license, so they wouldn't do the deal. But I was willing to do that because I thought ultimately it's got to be the people of Cuba that determine that own destiny. The idea that we can just kind of go and all of a sudden, it's not that simple. These are very complicated things. But the Raul Castro indictment is welcome news. I do think that it's justified, not just for the Brothers of the Rescue, but just for all the infringements of liberty, stealing people's life's work, political prisoners. I mean, you name it, they've done it. And I know that that's not the only place in the world that unfortunately happens. But in Florida, we just have a lot of people who were personally oppressed by the Cuban dictatorship when Castro took power. And so it's something that is very sensitive here in the state of Florida. And I know a lot of people kind of lost a little hope over the years as it just seemed like, how can this regime stay in power? But I do believe that the communist dictatorship in Cuba is on its last legs. I can't tell you it's going to be tomorrow, next year, but I think it's getting to the point where certainly in the not too distant future, it's ultimately going to be put out to pasture, and that'll be a good day for human freedom. All right, thanks everybody.
Governor DeSantis speaking and answering questions earlier today in Tampa. At the end there, talking about what he hopes to see, the next steps with Cuba, something that we are watching closely here. Many of the those with Cuban heritage watching as well. The Cuban diaspora strong, especially in South Florida. We have covered this extensively over the past few weeks, as it appears that there could be more steps that are imminent following the announcement just last week of the indictment of Raul Castro. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. We're approaching the 2 o'clock hour, where we're going to be talking more about property taxes. We're going to be joined live by State Representative Toby Overdorf, Republican from Palm City, who's going to give his reaction to the proposal today from Governor Ron DeSantis, and we'll get into some of what we might see when lawmakers convene for a new special session in Tallahassee next week. So that's coming up about 10 minutes from now when we welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. Right now, though, I want to get you to this ceremony earlier today in Osceola County, a memorial ceremony honoring fallen law enforcement and corrections officers in Osceola County. We began to play this earlier, right at the beginning of the Trump cabinet meeting, so I want to go back to it because we heard an emotional speech from Chief Keith Neely with the Osceola County Corrections, who talked about the importance of the service and the sacrifice of so many in Osceola County.
Good morning. I am Chief Neely with the Osceola County Corrections Department, and it is my pleasure to be the guest speaker here today. As already mentioned, in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed public law establishing May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, a day dedicated to the remembrance of law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in ensuring that they will never be forgotten for their sacrifices. It is in that spirit that we gather here today. So thank you for joining us in recognizing those officers who made that sacrifice for their communities. It is a privilege to stand before you to honor the brave men and women who gave their lives in service here in Osceola County. I'm also deeply honored to be standing with the Law Enforcement Community Day, as well as the family, friends, and members of the community at large who carry the weight of this day in such a personal way. I wish ceremonies like this were not necessary and that no name would ever need to be added to our law enforcement memorial and that no family would have to endure this kind of loss. But this profession brings with it a level of risk that we all accept. Each time we lace up our boots or don this uniform, we accept that there is the possibility that we may not return. The truth is not theoretical, it is real and it is lived. Despite this risk, countless men and women across this nation answer the call to duty each and every day, and every time they report to work. They constantly place others before themselves, running into danger when others run away. It is no mistake that John 15:13 has already been referenced twice here today, because there's simply no greater love than one who lays down his life for his friends. This verse speaks directly to the heart of this profession. It reflects the selflessness and the courage that define those we honor today. Their actions were not just part of the job, they were the embodiment of a calling rooted in service, sacrifice, and love for others. Whether referred to as deputies, police officers, or corrections officers, at their core, they are servants to the community. They provide a steady presence during times of crisis, calm in the face of fear, and the balance between order and chaos. Their commitment helps create the foundation of our community. Without them, that foundation would look very different than what it does today. However, this day is not simply about what these individuals did, but rather about who they were. The ones we honor today were more than the badge they wore. They were fathers and mothers and sons and daughters, husbands and wives. They were friends, mentors, and co-workers. They had goals, dreams, and plans for their lives that extended beyond their job. They were people who showed up for their families, laughed with their friends, and made an impact beyond their duties. And that is why the loss is so profound. To the family members of those you're honoring today, there are no words that can ease the pain that you carry. The sacrifice made by your loved ones that extends to you as well. You have endured a loss that is both deeply personal and publicly honored. Know this, you are not alone. We will remember your loved ones. We will speak their name, and we will work to ensure that their legacy continues to be remembered. Ceremonies like this serve an important purpose. They give us space to grieve and an opportunity to reflect. They remind us that behind every badge there is human life. Behind every name there is a story. And behind every sacrifice, a legacy that must be carried forward. Moments such as this remind us to pause, to take a moment to reflect, and comprehend the true cost of this profession. Not in abstract terms, but in real human terms. They remind us that the work of law enforcement is not just about enforcement, it is about service. To all law enforcement personnel continuing to serve, your presence here today matters. Your dedication to your work matters. Your sacrifice, both seen and unseen, matters. When you took the oath of office, you made a promise. Not a conditional one, and not one based on convenience. You swore to serve and protect all people. You promised to uphold the law and act with integrity regardless of the personal cost. That oath is not just a statement, it is a standard by which to hold yourselves accountable. It is a duty to serve. It is a bond that connects you to every officer who has ever worn the badge. You are part of something greater than yourself. A legacy built on courage, sacrifice, and service. A brotherhood and sisterhood that spans generations. What many people call the thin blue line is not only a symbol, but a commitment to support each other.
A legacy of service, a legacy of sacrifice. The words from the leader of the Osceola County Corrections Department, their chief, speaking earlier today at a ceremony honoring those who have died in the line of duty in Osceola County. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top.
Florida Live starts now.
I want to get something done. I want to make sure people can go and vote for something and then see something that's going to be very, very meaningful in their lives.
Governor Ron DeSantis calling a special session on property taxes. That was him speaking earlier today in Tampa, announcing that and unveiling the details of his property tax proposal. Good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us here on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. We've got a busy show ahead. We're going to check in with Fox 35's Esther Bauer live in Miami, telling us the latest this afternoon on what happened in court today in the Anna Kepner murder case. We are going to have the latest on our Florida Live forecast as we enter the rainy season here in Central Florida as well. But our big story today here at the 2 o'clock is taking a look at this property tax proposal and what it might mean when lawmakers convene for this special session next week in Tallahassee. Just to get you caught up on what the governor said about his proposal earlier today. Essentially a couple of phases here. The first would be an immediate $250,000 homestead exemption. He said that would provide property tax relief for or full exemption essentially for about 60% of Floridians. $500,000 homestead exemption would be a later step in that lawmakers, he says, would be able to create a schedule for. There would be some restrictions on what local governments could use revenue for, kind of limiting that to core services. New residents who would move to the state after this would pass would not be immediately eligible. They would have some qualifications that they would have to meet and fulfill before they would be able to qualify for that exemption. And there would be a state trust fund created to support some of the core services for local governments, especially in some more cash-strapped and rural counties that the governor says would not have as much non-homestead properties bringing in revenue for those local governments. So that are the key points as outlined by Governor DeSantis at a news conference earlier today. And we've been working today to get some reaction from lawmakers here across Florida as they get ready to discuss and consider all this in yet another special session. Again, this one on property taxes slated to begin on a Monday. Joining us live now to talk about this, we've got State Representative Toby Overdorf, Republican from Palm City, and he's also served as the chair of the House Select Committee on Property Taxes. Representative Overdorf, we appreciate you joining us again here on Florida Live today.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here as always, Garrett. Thank you.
I first just want to get your initial reaction, your thoughts. I know this is something that we have talked about before when your committee was doing a lot of work, a lot of meetings and hearings and research and all kinds of things and waiting on some sort of proposal from the governor. Well, here it is. What do you think?
Well, we've got a proposal that has a lot of highlights in it, and we as legislators, we need to dig into those details and see how it can fit into our existing laws, how we can modify the Constitution, and frankly, how we are going to be able to get that 60% plus one is the bottom line. So we need to make sure of what we're doing. We're going to get to work right away and look forward to getting this done and hopefully getting something on the ballot, even as the governor said, that our residents will pass and we'll move ahead with some property tax relief.
This is something that I know your committee has done a lot of legwork on. The House even passed its own proposal when it came to property tax elimination that the Senate did not take up at the time. Which are there things that you like about the governor's proposal here that maybe are different, or things that you don't like of this proposal that are different than what the House passed previously?
Well, like you, we just received the proposal today, We have not had a time to really get into it. Like I said earlier, we really have to get into the details associated with it and to understand a little bit more about what the governor is proposing, the impacts on our citizens, the impact on fire safety, police safety, all the other items that we had heard a lot of concerns about when we went ahead and did our work on this process. Like we've talked about, we've met with people from Key West to Pensacola, everywhere in between, and we look forward to continue having those conversations. So, yes.
Why do you think this is such an important issue, and that all of that legwork and all of that research, all of the different aspects and impacts are looked at before a decision is made on something like this?
Well, we certainly have our work cut out for us. The governor has given us 3 days next week to get a bill that will probably impact every single Floridian and future Floridian. And so this is a very big bill that we're going to have to digest. We're obviously going to be working through the weekend on this one. I'm back in Tallahassee now, and obviously we have our budget that we just finished out. So we're going to be working hard to get this done and to deliver property tax relief for Floridians. Our first task is to make sure that it passes the Florida House with the supermajority that we need to have for constitutional amendments. And from there, we obviously have to get it something that would be able to pass our voters as well.
Is 3 days enough, do you think, for all this work and the due diligence and things to be done on this and for an amendment to pass both chambers?
Well, the good news for the Florida House is we have been working on this since last February, February of 2025, that is. And as soon as the governor actually said he wanted to do some property tax relief, the House got busy. We formed our committee. We met with a tremendous amount of people. We got our research together. So I would say that the House is potentially ready. Again, this will depend on the details associated with it. If the details that we find and the legislation that we're able to formulate is something that's going to be able to pass our chamber, then we're going to be ready to move ahead. We really have to look hard at it, though, and I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of questions going into the weekend and understanding what this legislation is really going to do. So I look forward to hopefully working with the governor's staff and getting this through and understanding exactly what his proposal is.
Do you have any main questions that stick out to you at this point that you need to have answers to before you would be comfortable with advancing the proposal, as based on what we know of it right now?
We have all kinds of questions, and that is what we do here as legislators. We get those questions answered. They are numerous, to say the least. I like the general premise of what he is hoping to do, and certainly can say that I certainly like the general premise. But again, the details are really what we have to dig into, and to understand that, we're going to have to see the actual written proposal from his office, and then match up with our team and see how we can move forward. But I'm excited. I'm excited that we have something to be able to work with. I'm excited to be able to deliver something. I've said all along that we were going to have something on the ballot this fall, and it looks like we're going to be able to do that. I'm not exactly sure 100% what that's going to look like, but we certainly have a framework to go off of now.
What is your message, Representative Overdorf, to Florida voters who may welcome the property tax relief and what it would mean for their wallet, but do have some concerns about what it could mean for the services that they rely on at the local level? What would you tell them about this and about the process that the proposal is going to go through?
Well, we don't take it lightly. We definitely are looking at ways that we can ensure that we continue to have services for our citizens across the state. We are looking at this in every possible aspect, as we have since last February. We will continue to do that. Even after we pass some type of proposal that goes forward, I will be out and working throughout our state and looking at ways that we can educate, looking at ways that we can ameliorate concerns, and certainly look forward to getting that 60% plus one for whatever the final proposal is that we pass next Wednesday.
Well, State Representative Toby Overdorf, Republican from Palm City, thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live. I know you've been spending a lot of extra time in Tallahassee with all these special sessions, so we appreciate you taking some time for us.
glad to do it. Happy to be here for the citizens of Florida. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We do have a statement as well from House Speaker Danny Perez that he sent to Fox 13's Evan Axelbank, saying the Florida House has already passed a proposed constitutional amendment to eliminate homestead property taxes. We are pleased the governor has finally gotten around to share an actual proposal. We look forward to reviewing it once we have received the language. Now, earlier today, we also had the chance to speak with a Democratic member of the House, Anna Eskamani, Democrat from Orlando, who also served on that House Select Committee on Property Taxes. If you want to watch that full interview, you can find it right now on Fox Local and on YouTube. But I do want to play for you just a clip of that as I ask her what her main concerns are, the main questions that she hopes to have answered as this process moves forward.
Ultimately, we need to understand for Florida's 67 counties and 400 some cities what this means municipal by municipality, a better understanding of what it means for the public school system. That's the transparency that voters deserve, that if voters are going to vote on this, they have to have a clear understanding of the ultimate cost. Also, when it comes to this potential trust fund, who benefits from it and who pays for it? Is it going to be taxpayers in the larger states through sales tax that subsidize fiscally constrained counties? And why? How is that equitable? The reality is that Orange County, we already contribute $4+ billion to state coffers, and yet we don't see that revenue come back into our county to pay for the expenses that we have as a destination for tourists, as a growing community. And I'm going to be doing what I can to fight for Orange County. If this comes down to ensuring savings and equity, then we got to do our part to make sure that the counties that contribute the most to the state coffers also see the most benefit, which is not the case today. And ultimately, for me, it's going to be about the details of such a proposal and who actually benefits from relief. Is it the working class or the most wealthy of us? And how does that translate to delivering of governmental services that are essential to the health and well-being of my constituents?
Anna Eskamani speaking with me earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in Tallahassee on this Wednesday afternoon. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom in Tampa. And Nancy, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Well, commuters this morning who travel from St. Petersburg to Tampa across the Howard Franklin Bridge hopefully had a little bit smoother ride in this morning because the new express lanes officially opened. That is on the northbound lanes of the Howard Franklin Bridge. Now, of course, this is I-275, and the express lanes, they run down the median from 4th Street North in St. Petersburg to just north of the bridge here in Tampa. And they are separated from regular traffic by barrier walls as well as flexible poles. Now, for right now, though, these express lanes are free during a testing phase, but eventually drivers will have to pay a rate of 50 cents. Now, once testing wraps up, tolls will be collected electronically 24 hours a day using a SunPass or another compatible transponder. Cash and toll by plate will not be accepted. Now, drivers heading in the opposite direction will not have to wait much longer for their express lanes. Weather permitting, the southbound express lanes are scheduled to open over the next few nights. Commuters are not the only ones getting a new view. A new nearly 7-mile pedestrian path is also open. The 12-foot shared use path spans the entire length of the bridge for walkers and cyclists, and it includes several lookout points with benches as well as shade. Now, on the Tampa side, it can be accessed using the Rio Street, which is near Cypress Point Park. And on the Pinellas County side, it connects using the 4th Street North flyover bridge. Now, the new lanes and pathway are part of a massive expansion project that began about 6 years ago. Garrett?
I imagine the reception to this, it has been welcomed with open arms, I would assume.
Oh, yes. People are loving this. I mean, traffic, especially during rush hour in the mornings, can be horrible. So these express lanes are definitely a welcome sight. You know, again, they did open this morning for drivers going from St. Petersburg to Tampa, and hopefully, weather permitting, the lanes for the southbound side, so drivers going from Tampa to South Pete, those express lanes are expected to open sometime over the next few nights.
And now, next in our Tampa Connection here, Nancy, still a lot of questions about a murder in Plant City.
Yes, there are still so many questions because there were 4 people who were killed and there just has not been a whole lot of answers. So this all began on May 3rd when first responders found a little girl, a 4-month-old girl, as well as a 4-year-old girl dead in the bushes. And then they found their mother clinging to life nearby. Their mother, 28-year-old Haley Dempsey, did pass away at a nearby hospital. And it wasn't just the 3 of them who were found dead. The violence extended to North Burton Street, where Dempsey's 55-year-old mother was also found dead. Now, in the wake of this quadruple homicide, the community has rallied together. Local mothers organized a vigil to honor the victims and to ensure that no other parent in Plant City feels isolated or unsupported. But because there has been so little public movement in the case, people are getting very frustrated. Now, while Plant City Police initially stated they had potential suspects in mind, no names or descriptions have been released. Investigators have asked neighbors for security footage between the 2 crimes, but nearly 4 weeks later, no arrests have been made, and police say there are no current updates. The lack of progress is sparking a push for change. Haley Milks, a domestic violence survivor, says the tragedy highlights a severe lack of local resources. She is now pushing for the creation of a dedicated domestic violence unit within the police department and has launched a new nonprofit called the 5th Call to support survivors. Milks says there is currently nowhere within a 10-mile radius for victims to turn to for help before it's too late. Now, as the investigation remains at a standstill, community members say they will continue to speak Haley's name and keep the pressure on until justice is served. Garrett?
All right, and next in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, a home in Pinellas County getting a lot of attention right now online.
Yes, this is definitely getting a lot of attention. This home has been raised 25 feet in the air. Now we're told that Modern Homes and Building Movers actually raised the 500-ton property using steel beams as well as stacked wooden cribs. Now this was all done after the owner decided they wanted to renovate following damage that was caused by the back-to-back hurricanes in 2024. Now this complex engineering project required months of preparation, including extensive digging beneath the house to stabilize the structure safely. Now, Modern House and Building Movers president Jeremy Patterson described the extensive work happening underneath the elevated home, noting that crews dug out 600 tons of sand and created tunnels deep below the property. The homeowner did ask to remain anonymous, but said that they paid $575,000 for this elevation project. The renovation will allow crews to build an entirely new first and second floor beneath the existing structure, ultimately doubling the square footage of the coastal property. Modern House and Building Movers Representative Christy Robinson says the overall goal is to help protect the homeowner from future storms so she can enjoy her yard and her deck without the worry of a hurricane taking it all away. Crews are still working to complete and fill in the bottom 2 levels of the home. Now, this project is expected to be finished in December and is designed to better withstand future hurricanes as well as storm surge. Garrett?
Well, that is certainly something to see. It looks like it's resting on top of a gigantic game of Jenga, but I would not recommend taking out any of those pieces of wood.
No, definitely not, but that is exactly what it looks like. It does look like the Jenga holding it up there, but can assure you that these are steel beams as well as those stacked wooden crates holding this property up while they make those renovations beneath. And, you know, it is definitely getting a lot of attention. It is certainly a sight to see this entire home 25 feet up in the air.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now. And Noah, we are kicking off the rainy season here in Central Florida.
Tomorrow is probably the day where we'll look back and say it started tomorrow for sure. And it's long overdue as we need the rain, as we've discussed at great length here over the past couple of weeks. So we're talking about tomorrow being a lot of storms and a lot of rain in the afternoon. In fact, it looks like tomorrow be vastly different than today. We'll start you with a view though outside right now. It is 2:22 on this Wednesday afternoon, and just a couple of showers popping up. They're moving to the northwest, taking a little radar tour here right now, and notice a couple of showers in Osceola County over towards Brevard, then coming up into Orange County. A little shower here approaching Vieira and Aurora. This is over in Brevard, probably going to stay dry in Satellite Beach, Melbourne, Cocoa Beach over the next couple of minutes. But a little shower, they're not even, actually one flash of lightning in the last couple of minutes there right now. Further to the west, a little downpour coming through St. Cloud and soon to be in Kissimmee. So heads up if you're around the theme parks for that. A little bit further to the north, we had a shower in Lake Mary, fittingly because I was heading to work and did not grab the umbrella leaving my apartment, so that would be right on cue. That shower is now up in the DeLand area and over by Orange City. But notice the top left of your screen, the total strikes counter is at 0. So these are not even thunder showers, they're just showers at this point, not enough instability in the sky. But look to the west, a lot more rain across the eastern Gulf in southwest Florida. So the headline for the rest of the day today is there's going to be a couple of thunder showers this evening, especially west of Orlando. This stuff right now is isolated around Orlando, Brevard, Seminole, but the bulk of the stuff today between 4 and 8 p.m. is going to end up well west of downtown later this evening. Now, zooming things out and changing it over to the visible satellite, a couple of things I want to point out here, and I'm going to let this loop for like a minute so you can get the idea. Notice how over the Florida Peninsula, everything is moving from southeast to northwest. So we've got that southeast flow from the Atlantic. That's going to switch tomorrow. And that's how our rainy season goes in Florida, is things they either move one of two directions. They either move left to right or right to left, east or west. And when we get to the peak of summer, we'll get both sea breezes that come in from both coasts and collide over Orlando, like we had Saturday night. So if you remember back to Saturday night, that was the Atlantic sea breeze, the Gulf sea breeze. They both come in and then they collide and then they create a line of storms in the middle part of the state. That is what we get on average on a somewhat daily basis in August. So if you charted it out on a piece of paper or whiteboard, the height of the rainy season in August, when we're getting those raging lightning producers and downpours in Orlando and the theme parks on a daily basis, that's from both sea breezes colliding. What's happening today is one of the sea breezes is dominant, the East Coast one. You see how everything's moving from right to left. Tomorrow at this time, it's going to be completely opposite, where the West Coast sea breeze will be dominant, so everything's going to move from west to east, and the storms will peak on our Space Coast, on the I-95 corridor, Daytona, Melbourne. So a very different flow tomorrow than today. The second thing I want to point out on this map is look in the left side of your screen. Look at all the clouds over the Gulf. Really, for the first time since the end of last summer, we've got persistent thunderstorms and convection and disturbed weather out over the ocean water, which tells you we're nearing summertime. Now, I'll zoom things out, and it's interesting. We don't have time to get thoroughly through this because it's still a week out. But what I'll tell you, what I do know, is that we're going to have to watch the Gulf next week. There appears to be at least some chance of weak tropical development, and it's going to stem from the area I circled for you in the bottom of your screen. That's between about Cancun and Cozumel and the western tip of Cuba. It doesn't look like much now. It's just a couple of thunderstorms over the ocean. But that's just going to sit down there and linger for a few days, and then a handful of, admittedly a growing number of models, it's still the minority, but yesterday it was 1, now today it's maybe like 3, are trying to turn that into something about a week from now. We'll see. We're going to take the road here of not believing too much into those particular models, but it's something to keep an eye on. And then look in the western Gulf, really big thunderstorms. There was big severe weather this morning in the Houston area. That's not going to become tropical. That's just a dying area of thunderstorms that came in from the Gulf. So today it's still hot and it's still humid. Today's probably the last day that everybody's in the 90s for a while. It's 92 right now from the iDrive camera. You can see that there right now. So as we head through the rest of the day, temperatures will stay in the 80s through about 8 o'clock tonight. We'll watch those thunder showers, especially west of Orlando, as we go through this evening. So if you're going to be out and about later tonight and you're west of Orlando, keep note for the potential for some of those rain chances as we go forward through your Wednesday evening. So that's kind of the outlook over the next 12 hours. One other thing I did want to show you here as we go forward is the camera, because Daytona today is calm and quiet. Notice how there's hardly a cloud in the sky. That's because, again, that Atlantic sea breeze is well inland. Tomorrow, different story. If you're in Volusia, Brevard County, it will thunderstorm, and it will thunderstorm pretty big by late in the day. So Garrett, changes lie ahead. Rainy season officially kicks off tomorrow. And for the first time really in a while, the storms are going to move towards us as opposed to ending up in Tampa by the evening. And a lot of rain to track tomorrow.
Pretty significant pattern change.
Yes, much needed, as we need a lot of rain.
That is very true. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berger, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, give you a live look at downtown Orlando, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We are tracking the ongoing search for a murder suspect in Daytona Beach. We've got Fox 35's Chris Lindsay joining us live now via Zoom. Chris, I know you had the chance to speak with the Daytona Beach police chief earlier today, and it's been an ongoing and pretty active search as they look for a man who's wanted for murder out of Alachua County. What do we know?
Well, this all started in Gainesville. There's a man named Xavier Perry III who's accused of shooting and killing a 23-year-old woman. The search started up in that area, but last night there was a stop or an attempted stop to pull him over in Daytona Beach near Main Street. They say that he then took off and hopped out of the vehicle on foot. He ran towards the Main Street pier. They believe at some point he jumped off of it and went somewhere that they haven't been able to locate. So Chief Jakari Young is not saying that it's necessarily safe, but he doesn't want residents to worry at this time. He does want them to be vigilant, keep their head on a swivel, and just make sure that they're in a safe area. They believe at one point after this alleged shooting, he went live on social media with a gun in his hand, making suicidal statements. So they believe that he is a danger to the community at this time.
Chris, what do the efforts there look like to try to find this man?
So last night there were dozens of law enforcement agents, law enforcement vehicles in the area from several different agencies in the area, Ormond Beach, the sheriff's office, and Daytona Beach police, among others. They really have been combing the area. They've gone through surveillance footage. They're going through any cameras, social media, and just asking anyone who's seen that man to come forward. He's 31 years old, about 6'1", described as a medium build, and during the chase and search last night, he was seen wearing all black clothing. So anyone with information, again, this was around 11:30, 11:45 last night that he took off in the area of Main Street and the Daytona Beach Pier.
What do we know about the incident, the shooting incident in Alachua County?
Well, it happened at a condo building before he took off. It was a 23-year-old woman that he allegedly shot and killed. They were searching in that area initially, but it appears as though he left the area. He was in a 2021 Charger, but as I mentioned, he's since abandoned that vehicle. So somehow he was able to make it from up north down to this area, police believe, before taking off on foot.
Have you had the chance to speak to folks in the area, or is there concern over this as this search continues now?
Yeah, I've spoken with a few people. There were a lot of social media posts that were made last night before everybody even knew what was going on. So last night there were drones in the air, there was the helicopter in the air, and naturally when you see this sort of response, people are going to be nervous. And that nervousness still continues as we go into today. There's a chance that he's no longer in this area after now over 12 hours since the initial search began. But obviously that is something that local law enforcement still wants you to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, so what's next for Daytona Beach Police and the other agencies that are kind of conducting that search in the area?
Well, the search will continue. They'll continue working with Alachua County law enforcement and law enforcement in the area. Getting the word out was the number one priority. That's why this morning they had a press conference, making sure that they can get that picture out to as many people as possible so that they can get this suspect into custody. Again, about 31 years old, 6'1" build, medium build, and he was last seen wearing all black near the Daytona Beach Pier.
And so they're just warning folks to remain vigilant, keep an eye out, call them if you see anything.
Certainly, and just like many of these situations where the suspect is believed to be armed, they ask that you don't approach, that if you see this person or who you believe to be this person, that you just immediately call them and not try to engage.
Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us live from Volusia County with the latest on this search.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. As we do so, give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back. Live look right now, Bayfront Park in downtown Miami on this Wednesday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. Timothy Hudson appeared in federal court in Miami today. He is the stepbrother of Anna Kepner, the Titusville teenager who was found dead on a cruise ship last November. He is also the suspect facing federal charges in connection with Kepner's death. We learned today in court, a judge deciding that he will be able to remain free right now. He will not be taken into custody as he awaits trial. A major step announced today in a nearly 2-hour hearing inside a federal courthouse in Miami. I had the chance to speak with Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who joined us outside that courtroom or that courthouse in Miami to talk with us about what happened in court and what happens next.
Garrett, so this hearing started around 10 and it didn't wrap up until around noon. It actually took quite some time to get through. And the reason we were here is because the government was arguing this suspect needs to be behind bars until trial. We are talking about some of the most heinous crimes. He is being charged with the alleged rape and murder of his stepsister while on a family vacation. The government tried to make the argument he is a flight risk, knowing that he could face life behind bars, life in prison. He could try to get out of the area, flee town, just run away. Also that he poses a danger and a threat to the rest of society. Now, a judge heard that argument and even told the government this was a convincing case, but did not decide to detain him immediately. So as you said, this 16-year-old suspect, really the only suspect in this alleged cruise ship murder of Anna Kepner, walked out free with his family, not in any cuffs. So what a judge is wanting to see happen is he wants a list of all the places where he could stay closer to his family in Hernando County. He didn't feel at this time it was right to keep him housed here in South Florida in the Miami location. So he's asking for a marshal to go and make a list of places he could stay that would be safe, that he would have the needed resources, that would be closer to Hernando County. That is why he was released. But the judge also said, I don't agree with the government's argument that he is any kind of flight risk. Keep in mind, he's been out, walking free just with a GPS monitor on himself since February. That was when these charges first came down. He was released to stay with another family member. So he's been out going to school, going to work, being with family since those charges first came down. And so a judge said, I don't really see the argument that he is a flight risk. He showed up here. He was in court. He sat through the entire hearing with his father and some other family also there. But he did attend and he did not try to flee. So he isn't so sure he is a flight risk. And we're still waiting to see if a judge will make the final call that he is a danger based on some of the facts that the government made in their case going forward. But we do want to get some video up on your screen because we were there when he walked out, not in cuffs, with his family, with his public defender team, and we're trying to understand what happened on that cruise ship. Take a listen. We tried to ask him some questions, but didn't get far. Timothy, do you have anything you want to say? Did you kill Anna in that cruise ship? What happened in that cabin? Was it hard to hear the details? Timothy, is there anything you want to get out there? Are you being wrongly accused? Did you not kill Anna? Anything the family wants to say? Anything that you want to say?
He's got nothing to say. Please back off.
Do you have any comment you want to say defending him?
There's nothing that we can say right now. The case is still pending, but he's got nothing to say.
How do you feel that he's being able to go back to his family?
We're not making any further.
The judge ruled in
We're
your
not
favor.
making any further comment.
Is he being wrongly tried?
What about further comment is not getting through. Okay, we're done. Thank you.
So, Garrett, you can see tight-lipped from his public defense team, as well as his family, as well as him. He had nothing to say about this case and what allegedly happened on that cruise ship. Now, we did get some new details that we didn't know about what was going on in that cabin. They were pouring through surveillance footage, and we never knew this, but allegedly there is surveillance footage of this suspect the following day. Again, this happened in the late to overnight hours. The following day, he is on surveillance footage walking around this cruise ship and eventually throwing Anna's cell phone into a garbage can. So that is all on surveillance that the government said when this is eventually tried, the jury will see that. But I do want to point out that his defense ultimately says all the government has right now is a theory, but there are gaps in their case. And one point of note is in a massive transcript that was just released, 145 pages of people documenting all of the teams that have been part of this case. A question was asked, is there any DNA, any fingerprints on Anna from when she was allegedly strangled to death? And there is no DNA of the suspect that we're being told that the government has even testified of who actually strangled Anna. So his defense is ultimately saying these two teens could have had sex, and they did find his semen in Anna, but they're saying there are gaps in the government's case because important details like that, like why is there no DNA evidence that he was the one that choked her and ultimately killed her. So we are preparing to go to trial. September, Garrett, is when this is allegedly happening. We are still waiting for this judge to make a final ruling after he receives a list, like we said, from the marshal's office on where they could keep him closer to home. He really thinks for his mental well-being, his age, he needs to be housed closer to family, not housed here in South Florida. So we will be tracking that closely, but still proceeding to trial, and still, as we speak, this suspect walking free.
And Esther, it is interesting that that this suspect is released. I know you've talked to a number of legal analysts and experts in the months that you've been covering this. Is that simply because he's a teenager? I mean, you would not see similar circumstances similar accusations against another suspect who is an adult. It would be very unlikely that they would be out of jail ahead of this trial. So what are you hearing from the experts and the analysts that you've been talked to about that? Is it simply because he's a 16-year-old, even though he's being tried as an adult here?
Everyone we talked to, and I even just spoke with some of those sources a few moments ago, they're just saying this is absolutely crazy. They really feel like they've never been part of a case with these circumstances. And even the government brought that up. They said, look, I was doing this 20 years before I moved into these federal cases. If this was a juvenile facing, again, alleged attempted rape and murder, or actually not attempted, alleged rape and murder. If this was a child facing those crimes and was being tried by the state of Florida instead of the federal government, even under the state policies, they would be held behind bars until trial. And I think what makes this case so unique is you rarely see the FBI courts getting involved with kids. Quite frankly, they're not a fan of prosecuting children, so there just isn't much to go off of for us to have a juvenile, a 16-year-old, facing adult charges being tried in the federal court. Just not a lot to go off of. They're trying to pull case law from other cases that they have seen tried, but all the experts that we've spoken with say it is absolutely mind-boggling that someone facing these charges, two of the worst charges that you can face, where you can again face life in prison, to just be walking free. But a judge, like I said, hey, you made a great argument, but I want to make sure we're going to follow this through. We're going to follow all the statutes perfectly, and that's why at this point he just didn't feel comfortable locking him up.
So last thing here, Esther, what's next in this? I know you said right now we're still on a path to go to trial here. There are some other things that have to happen more immediately. So what's next in this?
Wait to see. A judge said he just didn't feel comfortable making an ultimate filing right now. So what he's asked the Marshal's Service to do is to go look at Hernando County and the specific areas there. Where can they safely house this juvenile who is facing these charges but can be housed closer to home, whether that's a county jail. There was talk about possibly some kind of foster home, but they need the Marshal Service to find a place closer to home, because the options that were put on the table today were all for right here, Miami and South Florida. So we're waiting for that final hearing. And then, Garrett, we have 145 pages of a transcript that we are weeding through right now, breaking down what the FBI found, what the suspects have said, what people on that cruise ship have said, all the evidence the government has building this case. So as soon as we hop off here, we're going to start reading that. This was an unsealed transcript that just happened. Like we said, 150 pages almost. So reading through that, I'm sure we'll see additional hearing dates, some pre-trial hearings. But like you said, as of right now, heading to trial, and September is the time frame that we have right now.
So many more details to come from this. You heard a number of those new court documents that were just unsealed today that Esther is looking through, poring over right now. She'll have more details coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. And we'll continue to watch this process as it plays out as well. Still some questions. You heard kind of what's happening next in this. Right now, the trial date's still set for September. And so we will keep you updated throughout all of these court proceedings as they continue to happen. Just another note, reminder that federal court proceedings, you're not allowed to have cameras inside. That's why we didn't have any video or anything from inside the courtroom. But Fox 35's Esther Bauer inside that courtroom in Miami earlier today. And again, she'll have more details coming up in just a little bit from court and from those new court documents that are coming in. Well, we are getting ready to take one more break here on Florida Live. Let me give you another live look at Bayfront Park in downtown Miami. We still have more Florida Live ahead, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. So don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Live look right now in Tampa, Raymond James Stadium. You can see the home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And welcome back into Florida Live on this Wednesday afternoon, day one of OTAs, organized team activities for the Tampa Bay Bucs as we look ahead to the upcoming NFL season, and a Tampa Bay Bucs team that has some work to do to try to improve. They lost some key offseason players, including wide receiver Mike Evans and some others as well. So it's a team that certainly has its work cut out for them, and a coach who has faced a lot of scrutiny in Todd Bowles and a lot of questions about his tenure moving forward. We heard from Coach Bowles and a number of others as well on this first day of OTAs. Here's what they had to say.
Your attendance is pretty high today.
Yeah, it's been high throughout the off season, so we've got a good turnout and a good crowd, so happy about that.
How do you think the players have taken on the heat so far? We're just getting started, though.
This is like a winter day today. They got lucky on the first day out, a little breezy, but they've been running. They're in pretty good shape right now. It's just getting acclimated to all the calls and the different schemes.
How's your first chance to work with these guys on the field the first time in a while? Are there guys that have changed their body types more than others in this offseason, whether it's getting bigger or small?
A few of them, not many, maybe 3 or 4 of them to say the least, but Parrish looks like he's gotten a little bigger. Chuk has changed his body style a little bit right there, and maybe 1 or 2 others. Voss probably got a little thinner down low, but probably for the better.
On day one of, I guess, the voluntary OTA beginning, just what is the progression for you as a coach on what you want to teach and what you're going to do throughout the voluntary portion of things?
It's really the basics and the fundamentals. It's a progression type of deal. We've been walking through for about 3 weeks now, so we have a pretty good grasp on the scheme, but hadn't gone up against anybody. So starting over, getting the rookies acclimated and the free agents acclimated, so by the time training camp comes, everybody's on equal ground to compete. That's really the basis of these OTAs.
Todd, obviously this is voluntary and Vita Vea is not here. That's not uncommon. Is he still working out with Ndamukong Suh? Do you know?
Yeah, he's still working out with Sue.
With Mike Evans gone, a couple new faces in that wide receiver room, what are you seeing out of that group so far?
Well, talented. You're not seeing much so far. Again, it's learning the scheme. We know they got a lot of talent right there. Anytime you lose a player like that or any veteran player that was legendary on their team, different guys got to come in and step up, and that's the nature of sports, and I'm sure we have some guys in that room that will.
What do you see out of Jalen McMillan that makes you think he can take another jump forward this year?
Jalen's tough. His mental toughness is unbelievable. His competes and his competitiveness, the way he attacks the ball, the way he fights for every route and tries to get open and wants to be that guy, that gives you a lot of confidence that he'll be doing that in the games.
He's a competitor like so many other guys out here. How has he responded with the continued additions in the wide receiver room?
He's been great. I mean, you can't have a good team without competition. So the better the competition, the better the team.
And speaking of the wide receiver room, Chris Godwin enters his 10th season. He's now the elder statesman of that room. How is he taken to that role?
Chris has been great. He's in great shape. He's great. He's healthy. He's working out. He's tough. He's very smart. They rely on him for a lot of the mental part of it, and he's very helpful that way. But he also makes plays, and he looks good.
There were a lot of injuries last year on the offensive line. Getting Cody Mouth back into the mix, just how much did you miss him in particular?
Oh, that'd be huge. Cody was kind of our unsung guy down there, but he was one of the toughest and one of the smartest down there and packed a lot of weight as well. So to get him back at that position and get all 5 guys back is helpful.
We saw Bucky Irving. He's in a little bit incognito form today with the hoodie on. How is he coming along with his shoulder rehab?
Bucky's never incognito, but he's coming along fine. He's working out. He's rough. We expect him sometime back in the summer or the fall, and we'll look forward to him when he gets back.
He tried to be incognito at Tuesday.
Gotcha.
Trying to hide. A little hard for him to do that, I hear.
Are you interested in Dean Patterson?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you interested in Dean Patterson?
Well, he's a good football player. We try to bring in good football players and give him a chance. With him coming in, trying to compete and earn a spot, he got a chance just like everybody else. It's going to be tough once we get in the pads. Right now, he's just learning everything. Once he gets that down, he'll be ready to go.
I don't know if we talked to you since you guys exercised the 5th-year option for Elijah Cansey. I just want to ask you, obviously for him it starts with getting healthy and staying healthy, but how much can he be a key to your front?
He can be huge for us if he stays healthy. Obviously, he's very fast and quick and gives us an element we don't have with the size of Vita and Ashawn and those guys. Casey gives us an interior pass rush presence. We just got to keep him healthy.
Is Elijah Roberts, is he a player that is maybe getting some reps at that backup 3 technique spot? I know he played probably even more than you wanted to play last year as a rookie.
He's played the 3 and the 4. He's another guy that's changed his body type a lot. He looks a lot bigger shoulder-wise coming in. He's been very sharp with his calls and everything, so I'm excited to see him when he gets out there.
Without giving Muhammad, we talked to Larry Foote this past week, and he talked about just kind of his versatility. And I know that you're a coach that likes to move guys around. What are some of the options like with him? How extensive is his versatility?
I mean, the pass rush game is very extensive. He can play in 0, he can play the 3, he can play the shade, he can play outside. I'm not saying he's a run defender down there, but he can do some things in the pass rush game where to help us get an extra guy in there with some juice on the interior and gives us options for different lineups.
Head coach Todd Bowles speaking to reporters on the first day of organized team activities for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Well, we're out of time here on Florida Live. I appreciate you joining us today, but want to let you know our live streaming news coverage continues over on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. So if you're watching us there, no worries. You can stay tuned. We'll have more coming up in just a minute. If you're joining us on Fox 35, we appreciate you joining us today here on Florida Live, and I will see you next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and good to see you on this Wednesday afternoon, 3 o'clock here, and we appreciate you joining us. We learned today from prosecutors in Lake County that they plan to seek the death penalty against a 41-year-old man who is facing dozens of charges. He was just indicted on 47 counts in an alleged sexual battery case involving a young child. We heard from the state attorney, Bill Gladson, talking about the reason they are pursuing the death penalty in this case. He held a news conference in Tavares earlier today.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bill Gladson. I'm the state attorney here in Lake County. Present with us today are Lake County Detective Brian Eaton, Major Todd English, and Captain Cliff McMenemy. We also have joining us Florida State Representative Nan Cobb, Representative Richard Gentry, Representative Taylor Yarkowski, who's going to join us in a moment, and Senator Keith Truenow. I want to thank you all for being here today. All of what I'm going to talk to you about this morning is extremely disturbing. On March 22nd, 2026, in the early morning hours, Lake County deputies responded to the Leesburg area of Lake County to meet a complainant, a person who had indicated that a child had confided in her that she had been the victim of sexual abuse. Immediately, the deputy got a hold of the complainant, got with the child, and the child made a disclosure that not only had this been happening, but it had been happening for many years, before the child was even 10 years old, all the way up until early this year. So when I say ongoing, we're talking years of abuse for this particular child. What the child did was, at some point during the abuse, record what happened to her on her cell phone. And she recorded it because she knew that she would need it as evidence. During the sexual battery, the offender at some time, at certain points, would even use a GoPro camera to record the sexual battery. You know, that's particularly evil if you think about it. Why anybody would even be in this position to begin with is unspeakable, but the idea that someone would record it, and I don't know whether that was an intent to sell it or distribute it, but as I go through some more of the facts, I think it'll become a little bit more clear possibly what he was doing with it. So following the offender's arrest, and Lake County deputies arrested him that night, Detective Eaton was assigned the case from the Lake County Sheriff's Office, and he immediately set an interview up with the Child Advocacy Center in Leesburg. And for those of you who don't know, the CAC does incredible work doing forensic interviews for children that have been the victims of sexual abuse, of child abuse, and it's a safe place for them to go where they can tell their story and essentially start the process for them to get justice for what happened to them. So the child underwent a forensic interview at the CAC, and during that interview, the child gave additional information that afforded the deputies the opportunity to go back and get more search warrants. And in doing so, they located a lot of physical evidence that confirms what the child had disclosed. Among them are sexual devices that the child described that were used during the sexual assault, condoms, lubrication, things like that. The detectives also recovered at least 10 thumb drives, 2 phones, a laptop, and Detective Eaton has been executing search warrants on those devices since this started. That's resulted in addition to those things being collected, a 4 terabyte hard drive, external hard drive, that had at least 3,000 videos on it, 700 of which are confirmed child sexual abuse material. Some of these videos had been shown to the child prior to and sometimes during the assault. That is a disgusting level of grooming. Yesterday, Assistant State Attorney Shannon Schlarf, who's also present with us today, presented this case to the grand jury here in Lake County. With that, I'm here to announce the grand jury's indictment of Schubert Makarat on a total of 47 separate felony charges, 12 of which are capital sexual battery upon a child less than 12 years of age. You'll be provided a copy of the redacted indictment once we're finished. This kind of criminal depravity demands only one response from the state. Today, I'm filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty in the event the defendant is found guilty of capital sexual battery of a child. We are seeking to prematurely end his life because he has forfeited his right to live among us. In this death notice, we've alleged 4 aggravators, statutory aggravators that are necessary if we're going to seek the death penalty. These aggravators are sufficiently strong that I think this is an exceptional opportunity to challenge the case of Kennedy versus Louisiana, a 2008 decision that held that the death penalty for a child rapist is cruel and unusual punishment. We've not always had the weapons that we have in our arsenal today. And that's why I've invited the members of our legislative delegation to be here this morning. They've always been strong advocates for our children. They are an example of why Florida is different. And we are different. In this state, we protect our children. In this state, we protect our vulnerable. In this state, we have zero tolerance for child predators. Because of the laws they passed, signed into law by our Governor DeSantis, we are in a position to see this work through, and we are going to try to do that with this case. This is why, in all respects, Florida is leading the way. We have a blueprint for success when it comes to criminal justice issues, and we will not stop and we will not back down. We will fight every fight, regardless of the opposition we get from people who might have their feelings hurt, who might think it's not politically expedient. We will fight. I'd like to thank Sheriff Grinnell for his leadership at LCSO, as well as the excellent work done by Detective Eaton, who spent days working on search warrants. And I think you all can understand when I say 700 of those 3,000 videos have been identified as child sexual abuse material, that means he had to watch and verify that. And I can tell you, just from having watched one of those, it's devastating. And 700 is, it's honestly, it's just awful. So I'd also like to thank the victim for coming forward. I think it's always important to understand that as a child, things are hard enough, and it's hard enough to be a kid these days. It's hard enough with all the pressures, with all the access to the electronic devices, to the grooming that serial predators deploy to take advantage of children. But the strength that you need to come forward and tell somebody, to tell an adult, so that adult can report it, that's incredible, and that deserves some acknowledgement. There's no telling how many more children could have been, probably would have been, victims if had that person not come forward. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Major Todd English for some brief remarks from the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
Good morning. My name is Todd English, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Major over the Investigations Division at the Lake County Sheriff's Office. On behalf of Sheriff Peyton Grinnell, I want to tell you why we're here. Even more so, why we're here, because we're a unified front against evil. Our work at the Sheriff's Office, our work with the State Attorney's Office, and our legislators will never end. It'll never cease, and that's important to know. Sheriff Grinnell always instills in us that we are to work tirelessly to pursue evil, to help rescue and safeguard our victims, and we have a team that is always prepared to do that. And we want to applaud our detective and our deputies in their work. Mr. Gladson and his team are unmatched at seeking justice. You won't find a more aggressive team in the state of Florida at finding the pathway to seeking justice for victims and holding suspects accountable. And again, our legislators, the relationships we have, getting stronger by the day, and we're very thankful for our relationships and our partners with them. Let me add one more thing. We're always going to be ready to tackle this evil. And our responsibility here today and to our community is to let them know and educate them that this suspect and other suspects that are out there that have yet to have been identified or held accountable, hopefully they're watching. And to our victims out there that are continually being victimized, God bless them. Maybe the faith in what we have here in Lake County in the 5th Judicial Circuit will give them some hope and give them some drive to know that we're here to help them, and we will walk through this trauma with them to find a pathway to their next steps in life and their health and their future. So again, Mr. Gladson, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for letting me speak today. Thank you to the legislators as well.
Thank you, Major. And now I'd like to ask Representative Richard Gentry to speak on behalf of the delegation.
My name is Richard Gentry, and I am the elected representative from House District 27, which gives me part of Lake County. Your delegation from Lake County works very hard to make sure that our law enforcement and our judicial system has the funding that they need. And this is a great example now of the culmination of all of that. We are so proud of the work that these people to my left do. This truly is where the rubber meets the road. We talk a lot about a lot of things in Tallahassee, but for the citizens of the 7th Judicial Circuit, this is where it really matters. And we like the work that these people do, and the people of this county should be grateful all the time for the things that they never even see. We hear about them, and today you're also allowed to hear about them and see the work that has been done. But this isn't the only thing that's ongoing that these people are investigating and working on and prosecuting. And so I can't tell you how good I feel every time I try and as well as the whole delegation, we try in Tallahassee to support these people. And it's truly a matter of pride that I believe that State Attorney Gladson will ultimately prevail in his convicting of this person, and they'll be put away so that this person can never prey on others again, particularly our youth. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Right. With that, thank you, Representative Gentry. I'll take a couple questions.
Do we know if the suspect has any additional victims?
I'm not aware of any additional victims.
Do we know if anybody else was living in this household that was aware of what was going on?
I am not at liberty to speak about that, but not that I'm aware of about the household. So.
Bill, how many years did this go on?
It looks like 3.
State Attorney, the governor just signed a bill stating that the clock on the statute of limitations begins for cases like this, sexual abuse, abandonment, when law enforcement is notified. Are you anticipating a uptick in cases reported thanks to that legislation?
So I will say that our law enforcement community, not just here in Lake County, but throughout the Fifth Circuit, gets on cases right away. There's typically not a delay, so there's no issues as it relates to getting started. I'm not familiar with the specifics of that particular legislation, but we are staying busy. We've always been busy, and we're going to continue to put victims first, as we always do, and make sure that we seek justice. And justice delayed is justice denied. So anything that helps us get cases moving forward and moving forward faster is what's best for the victims and the cases.
Bill, was this a teacher that she confided in, or?
So one thing I have to be very careful about is giving too many details about the disclosure and also the relationship of the parties. So.
You said that this case has strong enough grounding to challenge, said Kennedy v. Louisiana. Does the passage of the Capital Sexual Battery Act not already override that, or?
So that is a Supreme Court case. So this is a Florida statute that we're operating under, and it's time that that case get challenged. These are the facts that I think demand such a challenge. If I think, going to just generally say that I think the public would support capital cases being brought, the death penalty being brought on these types of cases. I just do. I mean, I've never spoken to anybody that didn't think that. So, that's a 2008 decision. All decisions eventually get challenged. This is one of those cases that I think needs to make that challenge, and I think these facts support it.
State Attorney Bill Gladson at a news conference earlier today. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us. UCF baseball is heading to the NCAA regionals. They're going to be playing in Alabama in the Auburn regional that that university is hosting. So that runs this weekend, starting Friday. That's when the UCF's first game is. They actually earned the 2 seed in that 4-team regional, and we heard this week from the UCF head baseball coach Rich Wallace, a couple of UCF players as well, reacting to their draw and where things go from here for the Knights baseball team.
Coach, just your reaction here. What do you make of the field in that Auburn region?
I mean, just obviously this group's a special group to keep them together, to be able to practice for another week and compete no matter where it is. Obviously, our group's extremely excited. Watched Auburn, watched NC State a bunch, haven't really watched Milwaukee, but we kind of know what we're getting with 2 really talented championship level teams. We got our work cut out for us, but I think the guys are excited for the challenge.
Coach, can you explain what this selection show viewing party was like this afternoon? We saw in the broadcast you guys were at a swimming pool by a lake. What was going on today?
Yeah, my uncle lives right next door to the UCF the boathouse, and right here on Lake Pickett. We talked to the guys. We wanted to do something a little more UCF-ish, where we're in Orlando. Might as well get out in the pool in the sunshine and enjoy this thing and do it a little different, do it the UCF way.
Coach, what were you expecting with the top 32 seeds new this year? Did you have any thoughts going in, and were you surprised at all as it all unfolded?
Not really from our standpoint. I thought we did enough to be a 2 seed. Obviously, we played the toughest schedule in program history, most conference wins since 2005, and won 7 out of 10 Big 12 series. So I thought with our league, as good as it has been, and the 2 host seeds, that we should be in line for a 2 seed. Where that would be, obviously, no idea, but that's kind of how I thought it should have went for us.
It's kind of refreshing for the sport. In years past, you'd probably be going to Gainesville or Tallahassee, but now this is the positive of the 32 seeds.
Yeah, I think it's the second time we've been outside of the state of Florida, and the first time since 2001. So, I mean, obviously a different venue. Excited to get on the road Wednesday and go figure this place out. That's one of the places in the South where I've actually never played. So,
Rich, what are you guys health-wise? How are you guys doing? I know your pitching staff's been banged up all season long. What do you guys feel like you'll be health-wise going into this?
Yeah,
series?
I think Mateo Gray's obviously healthier now than he was a week and a half ago. Not pitching in that Big 12 tournament kind of helped that. We will enter squad tomorrow night. Alan Soler and Matt Sauser will both pitch in that just a little bit to make sure they pass the last test to pitch in the regional. So from where we were 2 weeks ago, it looks like we're healthier than we were 2 weeks ago, which is nice to see.
Chris Sosnowski, I believe, said that he hoped to return by the regional as well. Do you have an update on him?
It's still unclear whether he'll be available.
Got it. I also wanted to ask, we talked about you going on the road outside the state of Florida for this regional. Your team has been quite the road warriors for this season so far. Just how do you kind of now take that as you go into this NCAA tournament environment? Do you feel like you've really built up some experience now, success on the road?
Yeah, when we started building that in the fall, we didn't play a home fall game, purposely went on the road, knew that in this league, if you want to make a run in this league, you got to play well on the road. I think we won 4 of the 5 road series. And these guys have been, like you said, road warriors the whole time. That's just what it is. And if you want to do what you want to do, you're going to be on the road for another month here. Obviously, with the Big 12 tournament, this one, and if you move past that, you're hoping you're staying on the road for a while.
How do you reflect on the experience of the Big 12 tournament? What lessons can be learned from that you can carry into an NCAA tournament?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going in that. Obviously, you get to that place. You're there on Sunday. When you don't play till Thursday, you're trying to keep them engaged. You don't get to take a ground ball or a fly ball on the field that you're playing a game until the first pitch is thrown in that game, which is unlike any tournament I've ever played in, including the College World Series. So to get through that part, and honestly, like we're in a 5-5 game in the 8th with Oklahoma State, and we messed up. We messed the bunt play. We didn't command the strike zone like we normally have. To me, that's just a abnormal game on our part. Move on, get ready for the regional.
Coach, I know the goal for this program is to always make the NCAA tournament. Yeah, you had some setbacks last season, but just kind of reflect on what this means in the big picture. Because, to get there this season, in spite of all the injuries to the pitching staff and what have you, what does it mean for the guys to pull through and get this thing done?
Yeah, and I think Trace and I talked at the end of last year. Like, he asked me, we were on the right track, and I felt like we were closer than it looked like, even though the record kept me up at night. There were some games in there I thought we could play better in. There were adjustments that needed to be made. I think this group did it inside the clubhouse with the toughness and the leadership of the upperclassmen. They were outstanding leading through that, because I've coached teams that have had half as many injuries as we have battled through that have tanked. Like, it's just really tough, especially when you figure at one point you lost the whole rotation. You lost closer B. You lost your best left-handed reliever before the season even started. But to battle through that stuff against the toughest, like I said, the toughest schedule this program's ever played, and to win 19 games in the Big 12, couldn't be more proud of this group.
What are you most proud of in your team and in this season?
Yeah, I think the upperclassmen took ownership of the team. We kind of, as coaches, it was coach fed but player led from our staff. Like, they took the hold of this thing exactly how we were going to do this. We met with those guys that were returning at the end of last year, and we had some honest conversations about how this thing was going to go and how they could help us get this place where they wanted it to go. Didn't see all the injuries, didn't see all the battles that they had to do, but they were prepared for that. They led their own team through this. It's a tough, resilient group. I think that group, if you watch them, it reflects kind of the UCF way, with the toughness, the grit, figure out a way to do it even though it's not pretty. I'm hoping that the nation will see that on display this weekend.
Coach, on the other hand, you've had multiple freshmen that have led the way on this team. How excited are they to go to one of their first regionals, and how do you kind of prepare them for that atmosphere?
Yeah, and we talked about that. We've played in this type of atmosphere. You've played against really good teams after 10 weeks of what we've went through. So they should be prepared from that aspect of it. Now, NCAA tournament, is it different? It is if you let it. But like you said, those freshmen you talk about Jordan Lodise at shortstop. You have Kenel Rosado, Max Murray, Steven Chukka, all playing vital roles. And then you got the redshirt freshmen in Anthony LaRiz and Austin Jacobs that going into the year had not played a meaningful inning of college baseball. And they were very much in the mix of getting this where we wanted to go and why we're still playing. In this era of college baseball, that's not very common, especially in one of our leagues. So excited about the future for all those guys. And this is just another thing that they can check off their experience bucket list to help propel them through the next part of their career.
Coach, what did you tell your bullpen arms after that Big 12 tournament matchup against Oklahoma State, and what do you hope they take from that going into the big NCAA tournament?
Yeah, those guys.
So a big step for the UCF baseball team. We will see how they do this weekend. The NCAA regionals getting underway. University of Florida hosting a number of Florida universities that are involved in the regionals round of the NCAA baseball tournament. Well, we are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now. This is downtown Orlando, but you can see showers and rain, see some clouds on the horizon there, dealing with that this afternoon. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Bergeron going to have more on that coming up in just a couple of minutes right here on Fox Local with Fox 35 Weather Plus, so stay tuned.